How's it going, everybody? How are y'all doing today? The title's very, yeah, dude. I don't know. I just was like, you know, doom scrolling as one does while walking your dog, and it's just unfucking real amounts of Death Stranding glazing. And it just makes me very, very sad. It makes me very, very sad, bro. This industry is not getting better anytime fucking soon. Walking is fun? Not really. Griffin, why do you feel numb? And have you ever had any emotion? I used to be a lot happier, I would say. Generally speaking, yeah. I've never really been a super, like, bubbly or optimistic person, but I would say, generally speaking, yeah, I was a lot happier in the past. Kojima games have always sucked, man. It's not a new thing. So did I. Difference is I'm 19 and I feel the same way as Griffin. Uh-oh. Yeah, the NATO thing was funny. Hold on, let me see if I have it. I think I sent it to myself. Let me see. Yeah, here it is.
Chinese. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No?
He did
it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you, and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that. But do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own, without?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning. And
from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you, and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that? But do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own, without?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning. And
Dropped 60 pounds, put on some good muscle, Single after a toxic relationship, but I battle insomnia. There's always some kind of drawback. Well, that's good, man. Yeah, PK is a racist. Don't let him fool you. He once said in the chat that he doesn't even view black people as human, so be careful. Quitting gaming? It's becoming more and more tempting. I don't know. It truly might be JOEVER, man. It's just like, I don't know. I was doom scrolling on Twitter and I just see like constant glaze for Death Stranding 2, and it's just like, these people don't even fucking want video games anymore. It's like, god damn, bruh. They don't even want video games anymore. Yeah, the only problem is I have like nothing else to fill my time, so it's either play video games or just like watch slop television. So I'd rather play video games still, for now at least. But E-Man with the 2, I might only game on my Switchy 2. Yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2 is good. So far, at least. Honestly, the country is giving up on Trump. Oh, no. Because he's the most incompetent president in the history of our country. Have a great night. Griffin morons. Okay, and I guarantee you simped for a guy who couldn't even sign his own fucking documents for 4 years. So, yeah. Suck the fattest dick you can find, and I hope you choke on the load. Nah, I just muted him for 5 minutes.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
He can't go after him because Biden pardoned them all on the way out, so he can't go after Fauci and, you know, General Milley and all these other people. Because Biden basically pardoned his entire administration, but the rumor is he's going to go after that Mayorkas guy and charge him with treason, so that'd be interesting. Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey Griffin, try and surge tide. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with Tides of Annihilation. I mean, it looks alright. There's not really too much on it right now, but I mean, it looks, I guess, somewhat promising. Like the whole Arthurian legend thing is kind of a cool setting, but Yeah, we'll have to see more, because it did kind of look rough when they first showed it off. It was looking a little rough when they first showed it off. No, that's not the Final Fantasy 15 clone. It's the one with the girls. Like the British girls, and it's like you summon the Arthurian knights as like, you know, combat assists. It's similar to Devil May Cry. I would say more so than Final Fantasy 15. Do I think Trump lied? About what? You have to be more specific than that. Do people mean mug me at the gym? No, in my area, nobody makes eye contact with anybody unless they know them, so... That's kind of the side effect of living in a big city, is nobody wants to interact with anyone. So you just kind of keep your head down and keep moving.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The only time I've ever talked to anybody at the gym, other than the front desk people just saying like hi or good morning or thanks or whatever, has been if someone asks me like how many sets I have left. So that's really the only conversating that happens at the gym. So I don't talk to anybody there. Do I think Trump lied about America first? Why would I think that? Again, you get to be more specific than that. Like, what has Trump done that's not in the interest of the U.S.? I would need, like, a specific example of what you're talking about. I would say overwhelmingly Trump has done, you know, more so than any president in modern history, things to benefit the country. For the first time in 50 years, we're set to lose immigrants, which is insanely great news. So we're going to have a net negative population growth number from immigration for the first time ever in 50 years. So we literally had 0 illegals released into the United States over the past month. Like, none. You know, the trade deals are going into place right now, which the tariffs have been an overwhelming success. Inflation has not risen as a result. We're taking in $100 to $200 billion a month in tariffs with little to no impact on pricing. We've got, what, like $3 or $4 trillion worth of commitments for, you know, investment into U.S. jobs from foreign countries, which is great news. We're getting the semiconductor plant built. They're reopening a lot of the oil rigs in order to start drilling at a higher capacity now. So, I don't know what Trump has done that's not, like, in the interest of the U.S. I mean, look at the Iran shit. He settled that in a day without doing anything other than bombing, you know, 3 little areas without a single casualty on either side. So,
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
He lied about putting America before
You
Israel?
shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut
What
the
has
fuck up!
Trump done that has specifically assisted Israel? Like, what's one thing Trump has done to specifically aid Israel? Nothing. He didn't sign off on, like, a massive new cash distribution. He didn't fucking, you know, send over boots on the ground. I mean, what has he done exactly that's not just a routine thing? The bombing of the Iranian nuclear site is in the interest of everybody. So, that's a benefit for everyone involved. He assisted BB in pushing in his chair. Yeah, he was polite. Hayden Acres of the 5, can we watch Trump's Iran plan worked? Yeah, we can check that out later. And Ryan Miller with a 10. Also, did you hear that Trump endorsed AOC and Jasmine Crockett to be the nominees for 2028? I think it's a good idea, because if the Democrats make them the face of the party, then it's a W for the GOP. I agree. Absolutely. They're the two shining stars of the left right now in the United States, so I say let them have it. Trump let his daughter marry an Ashkenazi Jew. That's proof he's pro-Israel. Okay. What's the problem with being pro-Israel? Who said that Trump wasn't pro-Israel? I mean, he's from fucking New York real estate. Do you really think he hates Jewish people? Come on, bro. You think a New York real estate mogul doesn't have good connections to Jews? Come on, bro. Also a dude who worked in Hollywood. He literally had a Hollywood TV show. And he had Vegas property too. That's enough. That's 3 right there. So, yeah, he probably grew up surrounded by Jewish people and was friends with them his entire life. So, if you grow up in a wealthy part of New York City, then yeah, you're gonna cross paths with a large number of Jews. So, before Israel even existed, New York City was the thing, so you gotta remember that. Lord Panda Investor with the 2, do you think you'll ever... Wait, do you think we'll ever get those Doge dividends? Probably not. Which is probably for the best. We don't really need another STEMI check situation. We don't really need another STEMI check situation. And not just because I didn't get one, but... 2023 Perfect Dark with a 10. I was watching Art of the Insult today, and I love that Trump, when he was talking shit, just read out Lindsey Graham's old phone number he gave Trump and told people to call him since he cares so much about people. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, well, I think next year Trump gets to appoint the new Federal Reserve chair, so hopefully the next one isn't another fucking, you know, sellout. We'll just put it that way. Yeah, we have the 40th highest interest rate in the world right now. Pretty much every other central bank has dropped their fucking interest rates globally. The US is like the 40th highest, I'm pretty sure. Most of Europe's down to like 2% now. We're at like 4.5, I think. And let's see. Nick Batista with the 5. I question New Yorkers, their mentality I question New Yorkers, their mentality, who they vote for. I'm glad I left there. They're at the point of no return. I actually thought they learned. Well, all I can say is it couldn't happen to a better place. So, let the city burn. And Hero Shade with the 2, the NATO glazing Trump was hilarious. Yeah. That's the thing, is like there's a real threat he pulls out of NATO, so they gotta put up or shut up at this point. How low do I want the Fed to go? We need to go back to Obama era, you know, 0% interest rates. Because it cost absolutely fucking nothing to print our money. Interest rates don't need to fucking exist. It's just the greedy ass board of the Federal Reserve wanting to pad their pockets. So, the US government has to borrow money from the Federal Reserve at that set interest rate. Which is why it exists, is because the Federal Reserve is not owned by the government or controlled by the government. You know, it's a privately owned corporation, and so they want to profit from the U.S. government issuing cash. Or I should say the Federal Reserve issuing cash on behalf of the U.S. government. Because wonderful presidents like Woodrow Wilson sold out our sovereignty. And double with the 3 months. Have you seen that Trump
get the fuck out.
wants to take Greenland? What are your thoughts if this happens? I think it's great. We should take it. I think we should definitely take it. There's only 50,000 people on that island. We could sweep it in a day if we wanted to. Yeah, dude, without the U.S. military, they would be speaking German. Yuck, yuck, yuck. But, yeah. Maybe that would have been for the best. Maybe speaking German wouldn't have been too bad, given the current circumstances. But the thing is, bro, is like the whole tax, I saw somebody say pay their fair share. Like, it's really funny, all these like fucking libs are like, oh yeah, we need to raise taxes. It's like, we really don't. The top 10% of earners already pay 75% of all income tax. That means 90% of the population only pays 25% of the total tax revenue. It's like microscopic. So, Tim Marco, the 279, the U.S. should take over North Sentinel Island? What is that? What is North Sentinel Island?
I can't afford this shit!
Alright. So, the topic of income inequality is not really a fun topic to discuss because, you know, it's very easy to say, like, oh yeah, well, you know, wealthy people just be taking all that money, yo. But in reality, the average consumer spending from the average person has never been higher. So, most people don't want to face the reality that if they skipped out on the Uber Eats, if they skipped out on going to the bar, if they skipped out on fucking buying a movie ticket to the new Marvel slop release, if you stopped buying a shit ton of video games or spending money on Candy Crush gems or whatever the fuck, you know, you drove a car that you could actually afford, you didn't go into fucking massive amounts of debt for a worthless college degree that's never going to pay dividends. Like, a lot of people would be in a much better financial position if they weren't blowing all their money on dumb shit. Because it's not a coinky-dink, dude, that consumer spending keeps going up. Like, even adjusted for inflation, consumer spending keeps going up. So the percentage of people's discretionary income that they spend is higher than ever. So, you know, that's your income that you have after you pay your living expenses, your bills, and your debt. Your discretionary income is what you have left over that you can spend on whatever you want. And instead of saving that money, investing that money, or buying an asset that actually, like, appreciates, a lot of people dump it on their $7 coffees, the new iPhone and MacBook every single year, you know, concert tickets, vacations they can't afford, all sorts of shit, insanely high car payments, whatever it might be. So yes, cost of living has gotten higher, but at the same time, a lot of people are making it a lot higher than it needs to be. People blow their money on dumb things because saving 10 plus years for a house isn't realistic. Well, you don't have to buy a house. Alright, are we gonna do this? Hold on. Let's see. Alright, we'll do it. Why not? Renting is not necessarily wasting money because you don't have to pay interest. But, anyway. So let's say, alright, 10 years to save up for a house. What is your house that you're talking about buying? Like, what's the down payment? Give me a number. What's the down payment that you would need to save up for that house that you want to buy? Who was it that said it? Bob Non. Give me the price of the house you're buying. $300K for a house? Alright, so that means you need to save up $60,000, which means over 10 years you need to save $6,000, which is not a huge amount of money. So, $6,000 a year to save up for a $300,000 home. If you took the money over 10 years, invested it at the average rate, so you just stuck it in an index fund, and then every year, actually, let me put this at 0, and then this one will do 6,000. So, payment made at the beginning of each compound period. So, let's see how much you'd have after 10 years, alright? Ready? If you saved up for your down payment, which would be $60K and you save $6,000 a year for 10 years and invest that money at 7%, which is the average rate of return of the market, historically speaking, you're left with $88,000. Well, now you can afford a, what is that, $450,000 home. So you would be able to put down your money for a down payment and still have $28,000 left, or $29,000. Well, let's say you up your payment to $7,000 a year you save. Now you got over $100,000. See how easy this is? So it's not unattainable, you just have to be disciplined. I mean, let's be honest, bro. If you're a working adult and you're not living above your means, you can save $7,000 a year. Especially if your company does a 401k match, because you're able to use your 401k balance in order to put it on a down payment for your first home. So it becomes even easier if your company has like any sort of retirement account match program, which a lot of companies do. But it's not as unattainable as people think. So, but even if you wanted to do something like this, where you save $5,000 for 15 years, look how much you're left with now. $135,000. You could buy 2 houses at that point if you can get the loan, but yeah, if you kept the $6,000, $160,000 bucks. Pretty good. You push it to 20 years, $260,000. 25 years, $400,000. Now you can outright buy the house. So that's the important thing, is you start saving money and investing it as early as you can. Even a fairly small amount over a long period of time grows into something very, very large. So but yeah, that's just a basic example. Obviously, you'd probably be able to save up more than that if you did like a side hustle type thing, if you worked like part-time on the weekends or whatever it might be. So my coworker rents a $3K per month 2-bedroom in New York. That's actually cheap for New York City. And he got it through the housing lottery, and he's happy. If you buy a house in New York City now, you'll be paying at least $5K per month. Oh yeah, definitely. I would say probably way more than that. I'm not who I say I am. This is basic stuff, man. Just look up a future value calculator. I mean, this is literally just the time value of money principle. So, this is like the most basic principle of finance. So easy, bro. Just sweat my life away digging ditches for $300 a week. I don't think anybody's making $300 a week digging ditches, bro. That work probably pays pretty well nowadays. Shalom, Griff. I wish. 10 more code, the 279, an island full of savages. Ooh, we can recreate Christopher Columbus.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
We can all pull up on the shore with blunderbusses and just light up the natives. Yeah, May 1st burst with the 10. I think Digital Foundry has divine power. They bestowed the power on everyone to slow down time and to see how truly awful the Switch 2 screen is. Shame on the 10. Yeah, that was like the most retarded shit ever, man. That was so retarded. Yeah, let's literally look at a fraction of a frame per second. It's like, what the fuck is this? Who is playing their Switch 2 like that? And the answer is nobody. There's not a soul on this earth that's playing their Switch 2 that way. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I do sympathize because things have gotten way more expensive. Things have gotten way more expensive, but it's just like me. I don't expect to ever buy a house where I am right now. It would be idiotic. The cost far outweighs, you know, any logical sense. Like, I'm just going to keep renting while I live here, because if I went and bought a house or apartment in this area, instead of paying $2,600 in rent, I would have to pay $6,000 a month in a mortgage. So there's no like, it's far more economically sound for me to just rent right now. There's no way I would want to afford buying a house in this area. It's just not feasible. So what I'm doing is just banking my money. And, you know, once I can move somewhere I want to, then I can possibly buy a home. So, that's the thing. It's far more economical to rent where I am. So, yeah, if you try to live in, like, a major metropolitan center, then obviously you're probably not going to be able to afford to buy a house. But that's a given. So... But later down the line, you know, when you're able to move out of those areas, you could probably find a much more affordable place to live. So. Sell your Pokemon. I don't think I have enough to buy a house outright. I've probably got like 200k worth of Pokemon, maybe 300k worth of Pokemon. All said and done. So, I mean, I'd be getting a shack at that point, so... No, I mean, I could get a nice down payment, though, out of it. At the very least. I could put down like 20-30% on a house. I would move to Texas over Tennessee. Cheapest? Oh, dude, in Virginia, there's dirt cheap houses. But you gotta live in the middle of nowhere if you want the really, really cheap ones. So, there's like $50,000 homes in my state. The problem is you're gonna be in the middle of fucking nowhere. Well, not even in Southern Virginia. That's more like out west. You gotta go into the mountains for that. You can sell those Pokemon cards to degenerates and move to another state and buy a house or another country. Why would I want to leave the country? I have zero desire to live in another country. Absolutely none. If I had to, like if the world went to shit, I guess Russia. They're another nuclear power, and, you know, they're a white Christian nation, so. And they haven't been completely infested with diversity, so. And Muslims. So, shit hit the fan, that's where I guess I'd flee. You know, we have the Holy War or whatever. Dude, just have a lot of money. I agree, PK. That would solve everybody's problems. Just get money, bro. Infested? I mean, what else would you call it? It sure as shit ain't enriched. You can finally afford to buy your mud hut in Africa now. Well, thanks to Griffin. Oh, did you find a quarter on the street? That's cool, man. It's a lucky find. Although I heard you can get a house over there with just an unopened bottle of water. But maybe you could do it with the half-drank one, too. If you're giving up on gaming and stop streaming tomorrow, no one would care. Is that why you're here every night?
Yeah, crowd, white boy!
Saber ran with the 2. This $2 is $60 in commission at my sex store. Enjoy. Thanks, bro. That's like one horse-shaped dildo. Although I don't actually know how much a horse-shaped dildo costs. I'd imagine they'd be pretty expensive because I don't know how large. Oh, it's probably pretty large, unfortunately. Yeah, he's running the kosher sex shop in Tel Aviv for Rabbi Shmuley. The kosher dildo repository. Horse dildos are between $150 and $200. I guess you could say that that is definitely a...
Nice cock. Perfect.
A great investment, cock racing. Oh yeah, definitely, man. Underserved market for sure. It's one of the rare instances where, you know, the right dildo can be worth more used than new, if you catch my meaning. The summer... Oh, it's tomorrow? I didn't even know it was starting. I don't even know what I have on my wish list. This will never come out, unfortunately. I wish it would.
Do not be afraid.
I've had this wish listed for so long, bro. Since December 7th, 2019. It's literally been 6 years, and it hasn't come out yet. Unfortunate. Truly tragic stuff. Yeah, this got butchered on the reviews. 27% with 86 reviews. I guess nobody bought this version. Yeah, this looked the exact same as the original version. So that's why I didn't buy it yet. It looked borderline identical. Gal gun for $7, dude. Or you can buy the Trilogy Collection for $57. What a deal! You just did 150 push-ups after a year with that exercise? Well, PK, that's because you have the feminine twink build, so your torso doesn't weigh anything. Griffin Cow. I don't know if I could stream that, honestly. I don't know if that would trigger the YouTube thing or not. Because, you know, some of the scenes are pretty graphic. Yeah, it's definitely a Gooner game. 100%. I think the one I played was Double Piece back in the day. I think I have that one. Yeah, I do. Is it not in my... I wonder if that's one of those games I got from G2A and they pulled it from my library. That actually might be what happened, because I don't see it here. Yeah, I think that might have been one of the keys that got pulled from my library a long time ago. Because I played that when I had my Razer laptop in college. I remember that. One of my friends was like on Xbox telling me about it. He's like, bro, you gotta try it out. It's funny. I was like, alright. So I bought it on Steam on my laptop. I remember I played it on that. But yeah, I probably would have got it off G2A back then. Play Yellow Taxi and you'll Yellow Taxi go vroom vroom. That is like the most autistic name ever, man. Honestly, that is gotta be in the running for the most autistic game name ever. Yellow Taxi go vroom vroom. Yeah, I have Dig a Hole. Dig a Hole is fun. Would recommend to any hole enthusiasts. You know, if you like exploring holes. Yeah, Dig a Hole was a good slop game just to play for a few hours. I mean, it was like $3, so... Did that Mecha Break game ever come out?
Growing Martian zones force the
it comes out soon. I don't know why, I was just thinking about that game the other day. It was pretty decent. I played the beta or whatever for it a long time ago. I saw that Gundam game on the homepage. Reminded me of it again. I've never played the Trails games before, so I couldn't tell you. I've never played them. No, I actually did alright in this game once I found my class, so... I used the big heavy tank class, and I actually did pretty well. Oh my god, dude, Expedition 33! I need to pick that up immediately. Yeah, I was thinking about which one is it that's about to come out. Is it this one? First chat. This might be it. I think this is coming out on the Switch 2 soon. I was debating getting that. Because apparently it's like the first entry in this particular like series or something. I don't fucking know. I saw it in like some video about upcoming RPGs. So it's like a new plot line or whatever that's independent from the other entries. So I was debating getting that for Switch 2. But yeah, people usually have pretty positive things to say about these games, so... They finally made another... Is it actually... I thought this was real time, but maybe not. Is it turn-based? It doesn't look like it's turn-based, but maybe it is. So, no announced release date. I'll just add it to my list. Why not? I don't really have a ton of JRPGs on Steam, I don't think. I don't think I have any of those. The Trails games. I have Tales of Arise, which I never got around to finishing. Yeah, I don't have any of the Trails games on here. Nah, I just buy everything on Steam if I can. There's not really a reason for me to go to other launchers. I'd rather just play everything through Steam anyway. Makes it much easier. Oh shit, is it actually gonna let me buy these? Hold on. Yo, what the fuck? Hold on, let me check something real quick. Walmart's letting me order unlimited of these Pokemon boxes. Team Rocket Mewtwo box. They're worth $45? I feel like I should just buy it. How many can I get? 12 max. $300? How many packs do you get? That's tempting. So let me see. If I can sell them for 45 a piece times 87 minus 25 each, can make $170 off a $300 purchase. What's that? Like 60%? That's pretty good. Alright, fuck it. Whatever. Oh, I don't want it to go to that address. Shit. That would be bad. Oh, what the fuck? No, don't go there. Save. There we go. Alright, well, I just got 12 boxes of that. That's pretty good. Alright. Sweet. No, I can hear the music. I just have my desktop audio. That's how it picks up like
They're not sending their best.
Like, everything just goes through my desktop, so... I have Gotham Knights. Yeah, I got it from a Humble Bundle or whatever. So, yup. Right here, I played it for a whopping 2.7 hours. And we just admired Batgirl's ass cheeks. Griffin go play in traffic? I might have to. You have 1,000 hours in it? I don't doubt that, FBI. Why am I anti-stop killing games? Because I don't fucking care about the crew. I'm not gonna feign interest in a game I genuinely don't care about. I was gonna see if I had it in here. That would actually been funny. Yeah, I just don't really think it's a big deal if, like, a game that's advertised as online only eventually gets shut down because the servers go down. Like, you knew that signing up to buying the game, so I don't know. Ideally, would it be nice if they made it offline? Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, you bought the game under the pretense of eventually the servers will go down. It's just, you know, it's not even like anyone plays that game still. That's the thing. There's been, what, like 2 subsequent crew games that have come out? There was the Crew 2, and then, like, another version of the Crew, which, yeah. Well, for years, Call of Duty Online was not playable, which I think it's back to being a hacked mess now, so... I don't think you can even play old COD anymore, unfortunately. They mildly moderated the servers for a while, but I think they're back to being just completely riddled with hackers. Unfortunately. Oh, I'm just curious. Let's see. Destined Rivals Booster Pack. How much do they even cost? Bro, what the fuck? $7. Wow. How much is... that's the code card, fuck. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Damn. So, yeah, I already made my money back, and I don't even have to open the box. Shit, yeah. So the packs inside of those boxes I just got for $25 a piece are literally $28 worth of packs. So the packs are worth 28 bucks. The box is worth 45. So that's an easy stonk, dude. Nice. And I can ship those media mail too, so they're cheap as fuck to ship. Yeah, I'm seeing if I can get the other boxes too. I'm in the Walmart waiting queue. So, yeah, it comes with 4 packs. 2 Journey Together, 2 Destined Rivals, both of which are $7 packs, so $28. So, already making money on the box. Plus, I had a $50 Walmart credit, so... Stonks. The card show? I don't even know. I'll probably just throw these in my storage unit. I haven't been able to get sealed Pokemon for a long time. Everything sells out immediately nowadays, so this is the first sealed Pokemon I've been able to buy in like a few months. Renadog with the 5 thoughts. Let's see. Thoughts and prayers. Now that it's been a while, I really want to know where they saw the $80 value in Mario Kart World. It's missing too many features. What's it missing? I don't know what features it's missing, but it feels like this one has the most different features
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Of a Mario Kart game. Like, the battle mode is a lot better, I think, than 8. Because you have the 24 people, which makes it a lot more fast-paced. I love the Knockout Tour mode. I think that's like the best improvement to Mario Kart in a very long time. I don't know. The open world, I guess, is nice just to dick around in every once in a while. So I don't really feel like it's missing anything. I don't feel like I got gypped. I mean, I got the game for $50 with my console, like everybody else, so I think it's fine for what it is. I mean, I do have an $80 or two $80 copies sealed, but the version I'm playing I got for 50. I'm pretty sure standard Grand Prix is in there. He said gypped. What's wrong with that? Gypped just means you got ripped off. So I didn't get it at all. I pretty much just needed a new Switch, and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom upgrade was enough for me. Yeah, fair enough, man. I guess Walmart's not going to come through for the other ones. Oh, well. Yeah, I probably should get rid of my Switch OLED, but I haven't done so already. There's really no point in holding on to it. It's kind of sad, man. It's the end of an era. The Switch OLED served me well. It's a nice little device for what it was. I like the kickstand on the Switch OLED better than the Switch 2, though. I do think that is a downgrade. Yeah. Well, no, he said the launch screen Nintendo Switch was better, which is a lie, bro. I have an original launch version Switch, and it looks definitely better than that. That's some revisionist-ass history. I mean, you could make the case that the colors on the OLED screen look better, but on the regular Nintendo Switch, no fucking chance. Yeah, the screen on the launch Switch is really bad. Like, it's not good. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take them too long to release the Switch 2 OLED. I'll definitely buy one, but I imagine it'll be a few years at least. Yo, fuck, did I get in? Oh, shit. So what comes in here? Charizard EX Special Collection. What are these worth? Charizard EX Special Collection. $46. This one might not be worth buying. case of 6. Here. Case. So 207, 280. So let's do 240 times 0.87 minus 10. Yeah, that's way too tight on the margin. Yeah, that's not a good buy. Nope. Alright. I don't want that one. Alright. That's a shame. I have zero interest to open cards. So I'm only buying to resell. Did you hear the sad news? Brianna White, the voice actor for Aerith, confirmed that she will not return for part 3. Good news, a rebirth is coming to Switch. That sounds like it's bait, bro. That sounds like it's fake. Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that one? That sounds like they're setting up a surprise. I'm not... Because that makes no sense that she wouldn't be in part 3. So... regardless, she's going to be in part 3. Because they'll at least have flashbacks and stuff. I feel like that's a marketing ploy, but we'll see. I feel like that's marketing. Because we all know that Aerith appears at the very end of the Final Fantasy VII story anyway. So, I don't know. I don't really see them finishing the series without her being in there. So, unless they replaced her with a different voice actress. That could be the other thing. She was asking for too much money. That's another possibility. So, could be another Bayonetta moment. Griffin can't take it? Well, story-wise, it would make no sense if Aerith is just not in part 3. Because literally, like, it wouldn't make any sense. The entire way they set up the story, you know, it wouldn't make sense if she's not in part 3, so... it's either marketing or they recast. That's my guess. My guess is it's a recast or they're just gonna surprise everybody. Said so in her YouTube channel. I don't really want to watch a video on it. I mean, I'll take your word for it. It's fine, but I just don't know if I buy it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find anything on it on the internet, so...
I can't afford this shit!
I'm searching Twitter, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything, bro. I see absolutely nothing about that. That sounds like bait to me. I don't know where you got it from, but... yeah, I don't see a damn thing. She's still in Square Enix's marketing material up until recently, so I don't know. Where is the gaming? I don't know, U-Generation. Where should it be? Rent a Dog with the 2, Abby replaced her for part 3. Now that would be quality shit. Abbyzilla coming out last minute to just Hulk smash the meteor, saving the planet in one punch. I got baited? How did I get baited? I said it doesn't sound likely. I wouldn't really call that bait. If I got baited, I'd be like, oh my god, no! I was like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. It's either I was the one accusing them of bait. So no, I didn't get baited. I said that Square Enix was baiting. Thank you very much. Getting baited does not mean that I accuse someone else of baiting. Fell for it again award? What did I fall for? Reading a fucking chat and saying I don't think it's likely? Y'all don't know what baited means. Y'all don't understand what baited means. Do you want to go check it so you fell for it? I looked it up on Twitter in like 10 seconds. And I didn't see anything, so... it's not really baited. Baited would be if I started freaking out about it or something. I voted for Camel Toe? Well, I already did that, man. I'm with her. Oh wait, that was Hillary. Never mind. Probably freaking out on the inside. No, it wouldn't make any sense. Like I previously said, the way they're setting up the story for Part 3, it would make 0 sense if Aerith wasn't in the game. What I said is they probably recast her. Or it was bait to just drum up hype. So, no. I can smell the bullshit from a mile away. It was either a marketing gimmick, or it was them recasting because she demanded too much money. So, those were the only two scenarios I was floating. I was never floating the idea that, oh my god, dude, Aerith won't be in the game. It's like, no, everybody knows she will be. She literally shows up at the end of Final Fantasy VII, the original, so... I mean, unless they're going to completely change the story, which, then again, she'd still be in there, but, yeah. Why am I about to give up? I got black-pilled earlier, I guess, from the people hyping up Death Stranding 2 on Twitter. I was walking my dog, and I was just scrolling through Twitter, and yeah, I just saw a bunch of people hyping up Death Stranding 2, and it made me sad. That voice actor was overpricing her fan service on YouTube, even. Her only fan service? Is that what you're talking about? Shit. Yeah, I don't really care who the voice actress is for Aerith, to be completely honest. So... if they replaced her, it wouldn't really be that big a deal. I mean, it'd be kind of weird for continuity's sake, but not the biggest deal. Yeah, I think they're going to give it to Death Stranding, personally. I think they will. They'll give Game of the Year to Death Stranding. They'll give Expedition 33, like, Best RPG, Best Soundtrack, Best Debut Game, or whatever the fuck category it also qualifies for, but yeah. They'll give Kojima Best Art Direction at the very least, Best Performance, and then... probably Game of the Year. Griff, if you dated the Aerith VA, would you ask her to dirty talk you in the Aerith? Oh yeah, definitely, man. Absolutely. That'd be a requirement. In fact, it wouldn't just be during dirty talk. She would have to permanently change her voice forever. She could never break character, or else it'd be over. I'd dump her on the spot. So, yeah, could never break character. Otherwise, I'm out. Immersion ruined, dude. Sad part is some Redditors would be dead serious about that as if they could pull a V. Dude, you could easily pull a voice actor. They don't make that much money. Voice actors do not make that much money. I mean, unless you're like a soy baker or whatever that other chick's name is that does all the female voices. Like, you're not really making that much. You didn't answer my question. If Aerith died in Rebirth, how could she be in Part 3? If Aerith died in Rebirth, how was she at the very end of the game?
Gaming.
And why would Sephiroth specifically say, I underestimated you, if she was already dead?
Gaming.
Well, dude, we already know... I don't really want to turn this into a Final Fantasy lore discussion, but we already know that she's going to appear at the end of the 3rd game to stop the meteor. Like, this is already a known thing from the original game. We know for a fact that Aerith will be the one to stop the meteor, and this time Cloud is the one that calls it down. So, my guess is she's going to have an even more active role in stopping the meteor this time around. Because they keep showing that fucking, you know, schizo scene of Cloud in Remake and Rebirth of him being the one to use the black materia. So, yeah, Aerith will definitely be at the end at the very least. Just like in the original game. So, we know for a fact that'll be the case. In blackface, yeah. We was Cetra and she... We was the ones who talked 2-Day Planet. And then them white folks show up and they make everything a mess. Shit. The Yakubian people. Yeah, I don't know if Part 3 will be exclusive or not. I guess we'll find out. But... no idea. I don't really care. I will play it on whatever platform it comes out on. So, it doesn't matter if it comes out on the Switch exclusively. I will be buying it day one without a moment's hesitation. Well, dude, for all of his hyping of Final Fantasy 16, you know? He said the game was boring. And he doesn't like it. So for years, he's been hyping up these games coming, and he doesn't even like them. It's all a grift, man. Aerith is ass because her portrayal for feeling less bold or assertive compared to the original game. I don't know if I would say that. In Remake especially, bro, she was a pretty big flirt, so... Yep, 22K copies. A massive success. Gears E-Day multiplayer will be better than anything Sony has to... Oh, maybe. We don't know that for a fact. But, I don't know. Astrobot's really the only good game they've put out this gen, so... Hopefully it'll be better than that, but I don't know. In the original Final Fantasy VII, Aerith was street smart and full of heart. In Rebirth, some feel her edge is softened. Well, that's partially due to the fact that she was losing her memory. So, I don't want to turn this... Alright, I'm not going to turn this into a lore discussion. But there's literally specific scenes where they explain that her white materia is clear now because she's losing her memories and she can't remember what it is that she's forgotten and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, she's like quite literally losing herself. And then in chapter 15 or 14, I think, yeah, it's 14, she finds herself again. Which is like the whole scene of her and Cloud on their final date or whatever. And then she gets the white materia from Cloud and gets her memories back. And I don't want to do a whole fucking thing. We're not going to do the full fucking thing. But yeah, she was hiding the white materia from Sephiroth in a different realm or world or timeline or whatever. It means you have a heart for storytelling. I don't know. I'm happy for you, PK. Just make sure you don't take your normal pills before you go on the date, or else you might not show up. It sounds so gay, you simp over this loser who can't cook your meals, nor do your chores. You'll be a doomer for life? What? I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything, but alright. Nah, if you want me to get into my Doomer shit, then I have to start playing Space Marine too. That usually brings it out. Yeah, the Russia video too. True. Yeah, I saw a video of 1950s. Where was it? I think it was Chicago. I don't remember, but again, another black pill moment. It's like, damn, bro. Would you trade the smartphones in to live like that? I think I would say yes. Please no more SPM? What is that? Bro, Russia sucks ass. Not from what we saw. I should move. Yeah. Coming soon. Alright, guys, I moved to Russia. Yeah, Concord was just misunderstood, man. It really had so much potential, honestly. It's a shame that that potential will never be realized. Truly a misunderstood modern masterpiece, if I've ever seen one. I don't know. What should I play, guys? I'm not very inspired. I already played Stellar Blade earlier. I've already played through that game like 3 times, so I don't really want to play it like super long periods. Minecraft. Mario Kart. Lawbreakers. I would if I could. Did you see Diva finally got a mythic skin? What is it? Diva mythic skin. Not that I'm gonna buy it, but... Oh wow, it sucks. Dude, why don't they just stick her in a bikini and get it over with? Nah, I dropped Expedition 33. I'm not playing that shit again. Nothing about that game really interested me. Didn't like the combat, didn't really care for the story. The visuals I didn't think looked that good, but... Where's the tip skull? Oh, shit. Well, I can tell you where it would be right now. In the toilet, dude. I might just have to end the stream early, guys. Dude, I am not playing Death Stranding 2. I have self-respect. Thank you very much. The ending in Expedition 33 is genuinely some of the most retarded shit I've ever seen. I agree. It is dumb. Says the dude who wanks it to anime girls. Which anime girl do I wank it to? I need specifics. You know? I don't. You said that I wank it to fucking anime girls. Which anime girl do I wank it to? I need a specific, Bro, why are you trying to make Orimo into a sexual thing? Stop that. That is a series about wholesome family values, and you're trying to make it some perverse, disgusting thing that it's not. Stop. Yeah, it's a pure family-friendly, you know, show that you watch with... you know, your parents, your siblings, extended family, and by the end of it, everyone's closer, and they have a newfound respect for each other. Y'all are trying to turn it into some perverse, disgusting thing that it's not, and I don't appreciate that. You know, it makes me sad that I ever recommended it, because now, you know, my good memories of it are going to be destroyed. You said I haven't jerked in days weeks ago. We know you wank. Yeah, I don't jerk off every day. Is that a problem? Some days I just don't feel like it. He wants me to goon Max? I guess so. Orimo is actually a documentary? Yeah, exactly. The Story of How I Met Your Mother. Dude, I need to be inspired to play something. I'm really not. I'm almost tempted just to boot up MCC or Space Marine, but I don't know. I just want something chill that's not gonna like make me have to stare at my screen. Nah, I mean, I could play Mario Kart, but the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure that game makes me tired. Because you have to, like, stare at the screen the whole time. You can't really stop to blink. At least in my case, I forget to blink. And then it makes my eyes tired. Just go to sleep. Nah. I got an early meeting, so no sleep tonight. I can't risk it. Play Neighbors Better Donate Simulator. Make your subs donate for every racial slur you say. Am I gonna get a Kirsch body pillow? She got merch now. Absolutely not. Why the fuck would I want a body pillow of some obese retard on the internet? Nasty. That'd be like ordering a Wings of Redemption body pillow. I get the feeling Griffin gonna quit YouTube for good very soon. Probably not, man. I got nothing else to do, so... What else would I do with my free time? Just sleep. So, probably not. Sleep, game, eat, shit, repeat. Yeah, exactly. Become addicted to coke? Well, then I would have to keep streaming in order to support my coke habit. We'd have to hit the tip skull times too. That shit ain't cheap. We can't even hit the normal tip skull, guys.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Is what I should be hearing, but I'm not. So, no coke habit for me, unfortunately. No coke habit for me. Tips cold. I'm not buying. Dude, I am not buying Death Stranding 2. Why would I buy that? Oh boy, guys, please send me $70 so I can buy Death Stranding 2. I really want to play it so much. I only played like 8 hours of the first game and I did not like it. Oh yeah, I do have a Best Buy certificate as well. I probably should use that to pre-order some Switch 2 games. Let's see. HTM 101 with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Can we watch the collapse of the American Dream explained in animation? I guess. Let's see if I can find it. But dude, this is literally what happens every time I go to play a game, is I just scroll through my Steam catalog. 30 minutes? We can see how it goes. I don't know if we'll watch the full thing. That's long. We don't want games, we want videos. Well then, you can,
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies!
The problem is with videos is you guys act like there's this infinite supply of interesting shit to watch constantly. So, I mean, unless you just want to watch the same retarded fucking Zoomer content over and over and over again, or a 1-minute topic stretched to 15 minutes, there really ain't shit to watch. Like, that's the issue. Black pill video. I don't need to watch a bunch of black pill videos. Life is getting repetitive. Everything gets repetitive. It truly is JOEVER, man. Bravely Default's good. I mean, it's basically just a classic Final Fantasy game. So... it's basically just a classic Final Fantasy game with a different name attached. So... and Oscu with the 4. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Black cock videos? Oh, yeah, dude. If only I could stream those on YouTube. Alright, I guess I'll just put this on in the background for now. We'll see if I can find a match, though. That'll be the big thing. anytime this week. There we go. Your attention span is stretched. There's not really much worth paying attention to. I just remembered the current Aerith VA is in Tactics as well. Yeah, Aerith is in Final Fantasy Tactics as the flower girl, but alright, why is this not showing up? There we go. I have to use a guide for King. This is the problem with, like, especially old games. Shit you have to use a guide for is annoying as fuck to play while you're streaming. Because not only do you have to pay attention to the chat, but you have to pay attention to the game, and you're constantly scrolling through like a guide. Which, yeah, it's not ideal. I need a game where I can just halfway pay attention to it and I don't have to, like, consult an online guide just to get through it in a timely manner. So I'm not gonna just, like, halfway play through a game like that where you actually have to, like, figure out where the fuck you're supposed to go, because it's gonna take way longer because I'm not gonna be paying full attention to it. So therefore it'll take way longer than it should to get through that aspect of it, which is irritating. Ah, shit. The music makes me feel like I'm in the Hilton hotel lobby getting my reservation canceled. Yeah, they're like, we don't serve your kind here. Try the Motel 6. Oh, the audio is getting copyrighted. Wow. Even 400-year-old music, or however old it is at this point, is not off limits. Jesus, bro. How the fuck is music that old getting copyrighted? That's wild. That's actually fucking wild, bro. That is literally way beyond the fucking public domain. White music, yeah. I wonder who deliberately did that, man. Meanwhile, you can put on the urban beats, I'm sure, forever and never have a problem. Why is that?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, not the movies, though. The movies for Lord of the Rings will not be public domain, but yeah, the books will be. The problem you'll run into, though, is if you try and replicate the visuals from the movie, then you'll get into trouble. Like, say, for example, you wanted to make your own adaptation of Lord of the Rings, and you use like the Sauron tower design. That would get you in trouble. So anything that was not like specifically written or drawn by Tolkien is off limits. So damn, I didn't even get an assist. Shit. Well, dude, anything, I guess, old now is copyrightable, so I don't know. I don't even know if I'd be able to put on, like, old chanting music. Let's see, Tim Marco the 7, unfortunately, the British own the copyright to a lot of classical music set. I guess so. That is true. Oh, fuck. And Spooky Cerberus of the 2, I ate a human. Congratulations. Was it a boy or a girl? Yeah, willfully playing Death Stranding 2 is definitely not a fate I wanted for myself, so... I don't envy him for having to play that shit. I don't know, the Pragmata game doesn't really look that good to me. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it, but it's definitely not really up there in my list of priorities. Bro, the British are a bunch of self-hating fanooks. Unfortunately, you know, their government is that, but I don't know. There's a lot of normal British people, but they've been fucked over by their so-called political parties that, you know, miraculously all agree upon the fact that they need to mass import as many Pakistanis as humanly possible. Death Stranding, lifeguard at your beach, I don't know.
Kill the enemy team to score.
All liberal cities fell to Islam. Dublin, Cairo, Tehran, London, Rome, Spain, LA, and New York. Yeah, it's fucking pitiful, man. In a just world, our politicians that allowed this shit to happen would be fucking hung. They'd be hung up from an old oak tree in the middle of town. I really don't like this map. This is probably my least favorite map from Halo 2 Anniversary. It's very ugly. This is one of the ones that did not translate very well with the new engine. Hell yeah, dude. 3 kills. What's wrong with the religion of peace? Yeah, I don't know, man. What is wrong with it? I don't think I can think of a single thing, man. Dude, what a fucking...
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Why would he shoot me in the head? Old fucking bitch. It didn't count as a betrayal. Oh shit, there goes the chat. Yeah, like that obviously, that was a concerted effort to betray, man. He literally lined up the headshot perfectly. Yeah, he was probably like, you ain't black, and then shot me. I don't know. Or he was like, ain't your mama black? I don't know. I don't know what went through his stew. Dude, I could... Oh, never mind. I had the opportunity to do something very funny. Ooh, do I use my last rocket? Oh no! Who killed him? The world will never know. Looks like it was an enemy. The new Halo color system looks Fortnite gay. Did they move? This is MCC, so this is Halo 2 Anniversary. So I think this was made in the Halo 4 engine, which whatever that used, I'm not sure. Maybe it was some version of Unreal. Oh, I think I got it. $271K or 6 million? I think the first sounds more realistic. I think the first option sounds a little more realistic. If I'm keeping it Dude, I'm really pissed. My bayonet keeps getting delayed over and over again at USPS. If they fucking lose that thing, I'm gonna be mad. Speaking of 271K. Yeah, it's been moving through the USPS facility for like 2 days now. So it arrived on June 25th, and yeah. It's been in Virginia since the 23rd. Should be here. Maybe they forgot to put it on the truck. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is if it gets lost, I can get my money back because it's through eBay, but the fact remains is I don't want it to be lost because I'd rather have the knife. That shit looks badass. I need 2. So I already have 1, but I need 2. Am I a soy boy cock? Oh yeah, dude, definitely. Definitely. The only thing I love more than my wife is watching her get fucked by a superior penis. Smells like war crimes. I don't think it would be war crimes, dude. Bing bing wahoo, dude. Nothing ever happens in Halo. I know, man, for sure. Fetishes, I'm ashamed of. I don't really have any weird fetishes. The only, like, fetish, if you can even call it that, is like when the chicks put, like, the fucking massage oil on their ass cheeks. That's it. So that's like my, I guess, weirdest fetish. I don't know. If you even can call that, like, a fetish. Tan lines? I don't know if that's considered a fetish. It just looks good. Shiny boobs and butt, good? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That shit's nice. Would tan line? I don't know if tan lines would be considered a fetish. Like, you don't have a fetish for blonde hair because you like women with blonde hair. So I don't think that falls into the realm of, like, a fetish. I don't know. Like, an intrinsic quality of someone I don't think is a fetish. Blonde maxing. Yeah, fetish is more of like an act you do during sex. No, I prefer cucumbers, not pickles, dude. Peak humor. Wow, this is so much fun, man. I love it when you get matches like this. Oh, it bounced off. Nice. MCC is dead, I know. Oops. I didn't do nothing. Dude, honestly, I don't know how they can bring Halo back. Dead ass, bro. Like, I really don't know how. There's no interest in it anymore. It's sad, honestly. It's just too far gone, it feels like. Halo 5 sold very well. Halo 5 sold very well. It had the most active players of any Halo game post Halo 3.
5 minutes remaining.
There's no point in even playing. Can I tell you a bedtime story? No, I cannot. I'm not your dad. Your real dad left you, PK. And I'm gonna do the fucking same.
Game over.
That sure was exciting. Yeah, I don't give a shit if I'm called a Nazi or a phobe or whatever it might be. Who gives a shit? Why the sad title? Things, I don't know. Oh, nice. Sad title because Griffin's gonna go back flipping out of his apartment window. That's right, man. It's the only course of action, you know? At least I can leave behind a nice life insurance check. And that my life will actually be worth something to someone. Ah, shit. Britt, I think Halo Infinite would be the furthest thing from hope for gaming you could probably point to. Ah, shit. Because Microsoft is lazy and they don't want to add Halo 5. Because of the whole rack pack system, so they would have to rework the game. Yeah, I can never be a 343 hater just across the board, because I did really enjoy Halo 5 for what it was at the time, so... Shit. Common modern sentiment, it sucks right now. I agree, man. RDX son of a foe, the 279. I have 250 days in Halo. You mean hours? 250 days seems unlikely. That seems unlikely. Unless you just left your Xbox on constantly. That's like what? At least 6,000 hours? I don't know about that. I have 2,500 hours in MCC, but... that's been over years and years and years. Oh, did you guys hear that they dropped all the charges for Diddy today? I don't know why I just thought of that, but I saw they dropped like the sex trafficking charges for Diddy. They dropped, what was the other one? Oh, the kidnapping ones too. So yeah, he no longer has trafficking or kidnapping charges. So I think the only one he has now is the RICO charge. Yep, did he do it? Nah. Free my mans. Yeah, he's had his charges dropped other than the RICO stuff. So... yeah, right here. Prosecutors have dropped attempted kidnapping, arson, and sex trafficking charges against Diddy. It says it only took Ye 10 minutes to convince the jury to free Diddy.
Be brave. And they bet me off of Instagram, so I made that tweet. And my niggas not going to sleep till we see Diddy free. And my niggas not going to sleep till we see Diddy free. We your bank account say billions, you let me breathe. And they bet me off of Instagram, so I made that tweet. And my niggas not going to sleep till we see Diddy free. And my niggas not going to sleep till we see Diddy free. We your bank account.
There you go. But yeah, he had his charges dropped. So he only has the RICO charges yet, or left, and, you know, those are probably shaky.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
RDX son of Fedtez 7. Xbox says I have 241 days, 2 hours, and 20 minutes. I mostly played Halo 5 multiplayer, all Xbox One gen. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of days, bro. Castle Wars, my favorite. I really liked Halo 5 Griffball. I honestly think that could be a standalone game. I genuinely think Halo 5 Griffball could have been its own, like, standalone game. That shit was so good back in the day, but... yeah, Halo 5 I enjoyed a lot. So what's the most irritating thing about Halo Infinite? It's like 343 could actually make a good Halo. But... they just chose not to have any launch day content for whatever reason. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the stuff surrounding Diddy was just overhyped. Because the thing is, people were saying like there was child, like, sex trafficking, and none of the charges ever indicated that. And that was after they, like, raided his house and everything, so... I don't know.
I can't afford this shit!
The charges against Diddy were really not even that severe if you think about all the shit people were saying about him. Yeah, they were trying to say he was the Black Epstein. I don't know. None of those charges really remotely come close to that, in my opinion. I don't even think he was charged with anything related to, you know, sexual misconduct towards children or anything like that. And RDX son of a Fed with the 279, Lockout, and SWAT. Yeah, I liked SWAT on Halo 5. Especially with the pistol. Yeah, the footage in the hotel, though, is past the statute of limitations, so he can't be charged for that. That's why it got released when it did, is because, you know, the girl signed an NDA with Diddy to not disclose it until a certain date. So once the statute of limitations had passed, then she released the video footage because he couldn't be tried with that, you know, footage for a crime because it happened so long ago. I tried. Nah, dude, I'm saying Diddy's innocent because I don't want to see another brother locked up in the dog pound for some fake accusations and shit. They're just jealous of another black billionaire. You know, first it was Michael, then they went after Ye. Now it's Diddy. You know? They hate to see a brother winning. Oh shit, I just thought about this. I guess Diddy can play this now. Hold on. I just thought about this. Bro. Diddy can absolutely play this song now.
I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits.
What the fuck are these subtitles?
My mistakes. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming.
I'm back where I belong. Yeah, I never felt so strong. Yeah, I'm back, I'm feeling like there's nothing I can't try. And if you with me, put your hands high. Put your hands high.
You haven't lost a life before. This one's for you.
Put your hands high.
Your dreams are filled, you're rocking with the best. I'll be on the song.
I hear the tears of a clown. I hate that song. I always feel like they talking to me when it comes on. Come on, another day.
But yeah, there you go. That'll be what Diddy plays when he, I guess, is taking the helicopter back home. There you go. Nah. Yeah, I already had the copyright warning for that. Music videos are super fucking strict. Yeah, that was the only thing I knew about Diddy was that song. Like, literally, I'd never heard of fucking P. Diddy at all other than, you know, that song and Ciroc. That was it. That was the extent of my knowledge of Diddy. And let's see, Juan with the 2, please get a new keyboard and mouse.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
I can't afford a new mouse, nor can I afford a new keyboard, so... You know, if you'd like to donate to the keyboard fund, then feel free, but otherwise, I'm just gonna ride this thing until the keys fall off. Fred, that already went to my bills. That already went to my bills. I had a big bill due that same day. That $50 is gone, which is actually only $35, minus another 30% for tax. Dude, I wish I had an Israeli connection. Then I could pick up some nice Khazar milkers to take home. Yeah, it is kind of weird to think about DSP as a real human being. You know, like, it is kind of weird to put it into perspective. Like, he is actually a real, living, breathing human being that does exist outside of his streams and content. And Ezio Herb with the 5, you can't give up on gaming. We need the Goy Slav Emperor. I don't know, man. Just the shilling for Death Stranding 2 today, it really did a number on me. Ah, shit. Dude, sometimes I don't feel like a human being. You know, you're just like walking around in public and it's like, damn, bro. Is this even the same species? Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just always feel like out of place in public. I just don't enjoy, like, normie shit at all. So I always just feel like, you know, maximum imposter syndrome. Every time I'm in public, it's like, why am I even out here? I don't want to fucking do any of this shit. It's like, yeah, all these people that look forward to the weekend so they can go sit at a restaurant or a bar. It's just like, bro, how is that a thing? I don't know. I just really don't feel like I can relate to any of them. Like, what would you even talk to a normie about? Like, you can't bring up the subject of politics where I live because everybody's a massive fucking leftist. Like, I don't watch sports. I don't watch popular TV. I don't listen to new music. So, I'm basically culturally disconnected. I'm completely disconnected from a cultural perspective. Disneyland? I've never been there, Britt. Talk about your feelings and open up. That's right. Hey, I just met you and everything, but want to hear about my darkest, deepest thoughts? Dude, I fucking hate talking about work. I absolutely fucking hate talking about work. Nothing puts me in a worse mood than having to talk about my fucking day job. Like, bro, how boring is that? And I have a pretty boring job too, so every time I have to talk about it, it's like, ugh. I really don't want to be doing this right now. A good job is one you're passionate about? No, a good job is one that pays the bills and doesn't completely rape you with hours. So that's more important, I feel like. Oh, is this fucking guy who betrayed? Oh, he's on the enemy team. Good. I thought I recognized the name. Bro, what the fuck? I don't even know what the hell hit me. But alright. We got a certified sweat. Jeez, dude. I feel like that would only work in Argentina, bro. The blonde girl thing with the Kanye song. She'd be like, oh, that reminds me of my grandfather. Ah! Oh, that little fucking bitch killed me. Fuck. Well, that was a worthless placement. Huh.
Gaming.
Dude, this is like a sweaty ass. See, this is the problem with playing Halo 3 nowadays, is everybody's just a fucking tryhard. You actually have to like pay attention. Whereas in the past, you could just have a nice chill time, dude. There's just not enough people playing it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's this one guy that's carrying, though, Britt. We've got a fucking pro player, basically, on our team. 19 fucking kills, so... We basically have a Halo 3 pro, probably, who's just never let go. That miss, seriously? Damn. Space Marine is more casual than this. Halo multiplayer is pretty sweaty. I think that Mint Blitz guy is the Halo YouTuber. It could be, or it could just be somebody with the same username. Because Xbox now has it where you can have duplicate usernames, so you have to kind of be wary of that. It could be some random guy. Yeah, dude, these two guys are like pro level players. What the fuck? 26 kills. Wowie zowie, man. Fluffle Nugget with the 2, what genre of game would you like to see more of? Casual, third-person, action, hack and slash. Particularly in a fantasy setting. I guess, like, Kingdoms of Amalur is a good reference point. iPhone people are sheep? Not really. I just bought the iPhone because I don't really want to have to work. I don't know. I don't use my phone for anything other than basic shit. So, I'm probably not going to upgrade my phone this year. I'm probably not going to bother upgrading my phone this year. I hardly even use my phone for anything other than just listening to YouTube videos in the background or going on Twitter. That's like literally it. So there's almost no reason. I don't even use my phone as a phone most of the time. Like, the only people I text are my parents, so... And that's like once every, you know, few days, if even that. I don't use my Instagram accounts, really. Nah, I don't use Snapchat. That was the real Mint Blitz guy. He's streaming from Twitter. Oh, okay. I guess that would make sense why there's a bunch of sweats in that particular lobby. If a Halo YouTuber's in there, he's probably got, you know, his friends or whatever. I don't fucking know. Just use YouTube chat to flirt. That sounds like a great idea, man. Dating apps don't work for chuds. Yeah, that's why I won't bother downloading one. I'm not a 6'4" giga chad, so it's over before it started. There's no point. Just waste whatever it is, like $30 a month to get 0 matches, and then if you do get a match, it's gonna be some fat single mom, and that's it. It truly is JOEVER, dude. Is there anything that makes me excited? Not really. I don't really have anything to be excited for. Dude, the gym baddies are not going to have any interest in me. The problem with asking out a girl at the gym is 9 times out of 10, she's already in a relationship, is there with her boyfriend, or she's there with her friends or alone and just doesn't want to be bothered. On top of that, unless you're the best looking guy in the gym, it's actually a stupid idea to ask out a girl at the gym when you're surrounded by a bunch of better looking, sweaty, muscular dudes. So unless you're like the most attractive guy in the gym, it's actually not a good idea to do that, because immediately her mind's going to go to, well, I see like 20 other guys in the gym that are, you know, more muscular than you, taller than you, and more attractive than you. So it's like speed dating. The most attractive guys during a speed dating thing get all the women to choose them on their like evaluation card. Why do I have such a terrible opinion of yourself? You shouldn't compare yourself to other dudes. Because I'm realistic, so. I definitely know I'm not one of the more attractive guys at the gym, especially when I go, so. There's no point in LARPing that that's not the case. Oh, I am better than them, but the thing is they're more physically attractive, I guess you could say. In terms of intelligence and potential, I'm definitely better than them. But yeah, if you're talking about pure physical attraction from a woman's perspective, then yeah. Just be attractive then? Alright, let me grow 5 inches real quick and get my jaw restructured. Grow a stash? Ew. No thanks. I don't want to have Dreamcast guys reverse Hitler stash going on. Oh, let's see. Ezio Herb with the 10 people are mad at a tweet that said over 2K people died during 9/11 from a group of Muslims, and now NYC is on track to be run by one. The defense is mass shooters. Oh my god. You notice how all the mass shooters have either been black or trans lately. That's why nobody talks about them anymore. Funny how that works.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm 5'11", so I'm 1 inch from greatness, man. A mere inch away in more than one place, right? Ha ha ha. Ezio Herb with the 5. I used to think that those people who complained about immigration were just intolerant people. Now I realize that was just the propaganda. Yeah, exactly. Let in all these fucking third worlders, you bigot. Erase the native population. You know, get rid of all those pesky whites. Most people are too judgmental themselves, or they are overweight. Or maybe they're both. I don't know. No, I feel like most people overhype themselves, to be honest. I think most people are unrealistic. I'm a teen. Guys, just visit another country? Nah. My issues where I live, I've been to DC area several times and people there are just shallow as fuck. I know in Texas it's, oh yeah, anywhere in the southern states it's a lot better. But I also don't try to date, so. I don't use a single dating app, I don't talk to anybody, I just, you know, basically sit in my apartment, go to the gym, and walk my dog, so. I'm not like actively pursuing a relationship, but yeah, definitely in Texas, I'd probably have a lot better luck. For sure. But yeah, I'm not like actively seeking anything. Other than that cheddar cheese, dude. Hell yeah. Do I believe I'm real? I don't know, man. Are you asking if I'm a real human? Maybe not.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh, man. Oh, shit. My jaw is like cramped. What the fuck? Jeez. Alright. Nah, I yawned and like the whole left side of my face or whatever, like, I shouldn't say face, but like the part of my jaw underneath my ear, like that part just like cramped the fuck up. So I don't know, it was irritating. Too much Olive Garden. Oh yeah, dude. Let's see. So Daniel with the 5. If you're average looking, you should be putting yourself out there in a non-creepy. Nah, I'm good. Dude, I really don't want to date in my area. I'm good. If you don't initiate, you won't get anything, guaranteed. Yeah, I'm not initiating, so I have zero desire to date in reality. The only thing I like to do in my free time is sleep. So Soycast guy with the 2, you look fine, Griff. Well, that's not the problem. The problem is height, dude. You gotta be at least 6'1". You know, I'm just 2 inches too short, so unfortunate. I'm a little a manlet. you know, halfway there. Gotta get the Tom Cruise, or no, it's not Tom Cruise, it's Robert De Niro. He's the one that wears the fucking you know, 6-inch platform shoes. Yeah, like Robert De Niro literally walks around on like fucking wooden blocks underneath his feet. If you've never seen it, you should look up his shoes. It's funny as fuck, man. Oh great, it's all the sweaties again. Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for the NPC random spawn. Yeah, what's that fucking cope shit that people say, like, when you're not looking for a relationship, that's when one will find you. So there you go. There's, that's my strategy. I'll just not look for a relationship at all and do literally nothing to get one in order to, you know, manifest it automatically. I don't fucking know. We'll go with that, since that's a popular cope. Oski Woski with the 20. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Very kind of you. Thanks for the heckin' pupperino, dude. Yeah, exactly, man. Just literally do nothing to find a woman and one will magically appear in your life.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Don't worry, Griff. After the incels win the revolution, you'll be able to order and pick up a chick just like you ordered the dog. Hell yeah, man. Raging Wolf of the 5, can you check out truth about Switch 2 I uploaded? Also go through my glazing over Expedition 33 and read comments. Those people are lame. Yeah, let me take a look. Go.
What?
Yeah, we can check it out. There we go. Dude, I think people are too subjugated, to be honest. Unfortunately. Like, they're too dopamine fried. Like, nobody is like, look at what happened with Trump, bro. Do you really think the same people that couldn't have faith in, like, Trump's decision-making for fucking 3 hours are capable of leading a revolution in which they're putting their lives on the fucking line? Like, these people are completely fucking brain-rotted. They're not capable of thinking about something for more than 20 seconds. And it's like just a ping pong ball bouncing off of a bunch of random fucking objects constantly. So, unfortunately, I think the elites have us right where they want us. Yeah, the TikTok attention span has destroyed the minds of generations of people. Damn, bro, I can't catch a break. Can't get a kill to save my life, literally. Fuck, dude. Chakasha Gaming with the 8. Appreciate it, man. Play Death Stranding 2 and experience the pure genius of Hideo Kojima. Oh boy, can I? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's one of those instances of let's not and just say we did. You're right, I'm not a fan of walking sims. And unlike some fanooks on this website, just because a game gets ported to PC doesn't mean I'm gonna pretend to love it all of a sudden after shitting on it for years. Yep, we did a playthrough of Vanquish on stream. Shit. Oh, nice. I'll take it. Ooh. You're right, I never did play Metal Gear Solid 3, and I probably never will. Sounds about right. Are you the only one wondering what rolls DSP is getting right now? He's getting fat rolls from his wife, Britt. It's 12 a.m. over there in Seattle, which is prime lovin' time for old Philip. You know, him and his wife are nice and steamy under the sheets right now, I'm sure. And not just because they just took a shower. Damn, I'm always so envious of my dog. It must be nice to just lay down and sleep. Not a care in the world. You think Phil acts during it? How graphic do you want me to get? Griffin hates Metal Gear. No, it's because I hate stealth games. And I don't like Kojima's pretentious storytelling and such. Like, Death Stranding to me just feels like, you know, Kojima not knowing how the fuck to make an actual video game anymore, which tells you that when he was making Metal Gear, he had people who kept him in check and forced him to stay on task. Because that's the reason he got kicked out of Konami, is because, you know, he wasn't hitting the dates for Metal Gear Solid 5. Which they needed to release because they were about to go bankrupt and lose a bunch of money. So, yeah. And Fluffle Nugget with a 2, ack during intercourse, snorts when finishing. I would put the ack after finishing, if you know what I mean. Griffin can't handle anything that isn't boom boom action game. Kojima masterpiece is high art and not just boring, bloody, fast-paced action shooter. Yeah. Those are all the hallmarks of a boring shooter. You're right.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Ah, shit. And Shocky Shock Gaming with the 3. I knew about Metal Gear from Snake and Brawl. The way I learned about Metal Gear is my dad had Metal Gear Solid 1 for the PS1. I never played it, but I remember it. That was the first time I ever saw it. And then I remember I bought Metal Gear Solid 4 for the PS3 and absolutely hated it. Was not a fan of Metal Gear Solid 4. Damn, I gotta have to piss. Most of the fan base doesn't like 4. Interesting. That game got glazed hard as shit on the PS3. The journos absolutely loved it. Why am I running into walls? Because I'm like halfway paying attention. I'm mainly just reading the chat. Like, I like Solid Snake as a character. He's cool. The story is ridiculous at some points. And the lore videos I watched. I mean, that's Kojima, though. Kojima's all about, like, how much weird shit can I get on screen at one time and still get away with it. The only problem is now with Death Stranding is he's not actually using it for any real reason. It's just pure exhibition. And unfortunately, too, it's taking a more gay approach as well. Alright, after this match, I will have to go pee. Probably do videos after it, too, so we don't run out of time. Because got a few things to get through. Jeez. Alright, I definitely have to piss. Alright, give me a few minutes, or I guess a minute or two, and I will be back. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. The goon session? Oh, it was great, man. Took me a whole 3.5 seconds. But boy, did it feel nice. Griff, I mentioned your desperate virgin situation to my girlfriend. And she said she's willing to help you out. No way, dude. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Did you just take a shit stranding poo? No. I took my dog out. He had to pee, but that was it. Took a while to sniff around, but yeah. He was begging to go out. Oh, speaking of that, let me see if I can find the timestamp, bro. We'll do our little dose of black pill. I was watching the Raymond stream earlier today. And I tuned in at like the perfect fucking timestamp. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. He was like losing his shit over somebody in the chat. See if I can find it. I think it was 20.
So people would shut the fuck up about the muscles and shit.
Yeah, I think this was it.
So I can be your whiny spaz baldcel rage bait LOLCOW. WBR buddy.
Alright, I think this is the part. Copy. He freaks the fuck out. Alright.
Sometimes I wonder, the last couple have been like really hard, especially after I got off of them. People can be horrible and being public is a risk if you're sensitive. To be honest, it isn't worth it for everyone. Well, what am I supposed... I don't... See, the problem is, I don't have anything else to do. Like, legitimately, I don't have anything else to do. Nobody's hiring me. I legitimately don't have hobbies. I don't have interests. I don't have anything to talk about with other people. I don't have anything but my misery. And today, the comment I kept getting on that damn interview I posted was... What was it? It was, nobody wants to hear you talk to somebody else. We're here for the misery. Well, fine. I'm here till 8 o'clock. Let's misery away. So I can be your whiny spaz baldcel rage bait LOLCOW. WBRL. There. So all of you people that want to just endlessly make fun of me, here's your shot.
Hopefully this is the right one. I'm
playing to the comments. What do you think this stream is? Whiny spaz baldcel rage bait LOLCOW. It's what the people want. I literally, I don't know what else I would do. There's no viable way to go that I can go back into the workforce and make $5 grand a month. I can't. I'm not compliant with, just from a skin color perspective, I'm not compliant with what corporate America wants. And this shirt is really uncomfortable. I really hate how tight it is. And I tried to wear it so people would shut the fuck up about the muscles and shit. You know, you guys think a hot redhead can offer self. I really wish you understood when you were making comments what it does to somebody. You know, and all you tough guys, you go, oh, LOL, you need thicker skin. It's a joke, bro. Yeah. Is that what you tell yourself when you're up at 3 in the morning wondering why your second divorce happened? You know, I can go low, too.
I think it's coming up soon. This sounds familiar.
All right, this camera's really pissing me off. Rabbit hole reviews. Yeah, you're not kidding. Dance Monkey Dance. Are you not entertained? It's about it. Empathy is absolutely gone in 2025. Empathetic people go a long ways now. Over-sexualizing women is the most hurtful thing you can do to them. Fuck, what else?
Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. All right. Back it up.
Absolutely gone in 2025. Empathetic people go a long ways now. Over-sexualizing women is the most hurtful thing you can do to them. Fuck, what else are you gonna fucking give us, Heidi? You're gonna come here and lecture me about over-sexualizing women? Fuck. All you women, you make it real clear. You want nothing to do with us. You want nothing to do with being wives or mothers. You don't want to have children. You don't want to speak to us. You don't want us talking to you. You don't want anything to do with us. You literally only offer us a warm hole, for fuck's sake. You categorically hate us. And I'm sorry, I'm not on Aaron Clary's. It's not indifference, it's hate. What the hell else are we supposed to do? You've made it clear. You got your own houses, you got your own jobs, you got your own money, you got your own fucking... You've become the men that you claim to hate. You're working out. You're bigger and stronger than men now. You got all the money in the world. You got all the DEI on your side. All you have to do is make an accusation and somebody can go to jail. You literally, all you got to do is trick some guy for 6 months, get him to sign on a dotted line, and you get half of his shit. Are you kidding me? Now you're going to be in my chat lecturing me about sexualizing women. Go fuck yourself. That's what men feel like now. That's where men are. You're going to fucking piss on our face, although there's some guys that are into that. You're going to fucking slap us down every chance you fucking get and then turn around and still claim, you're just objectifying us. Stop sexualizing your woman. Watch what happens. Fuck. Yeah, exactly. You can't have it both ways, women. Man, where have you gone? Away from you. God, there was this bitch, literally, this black woman made this hour-long video about me. She's in my comments all the time. Made this hour-long video about me. How I need to just be gay. How I need to get into ladyboys. How I need to start watching OnlyFans. How I need to visit prostitutes. All of this. She's monetized. Her comments full of middle-aged black women just lambasting me. Yeah, I see you. Whatever your name, Tiffany or whatever the fuck your name was. God, you're unattractive. Oh, I'm celibate. I'm out of the game. Oh, yeah, I bet you are. That's your excuse for getting real fat. That's what it is. Wakanda has fallen. Jesus.
I don't know what her video's called.
Yeah, black women telling you to find substitute goods, something they know all too well. Jesus Christ. Just fuck. You know... Fuck. EIH, Canadian $5. I believe men and women don't understand each other. No, we hate each other. Talking to my mom last night, everything she told me women want is what I've given, and they rejected me. Yeah, don't listen to your mother. My mother and I don't talk. So, there you go. It's done. Society has effectively destroyed the family unit. The globalists, whatever. It's over for fatigue cells, $2. Yeah, you're not kidding.
You're broke!
You're not kidding.
Fucking poor!
I literally have a video coming up. It's literally, what is it? I am fatigued. Man keeping, that's the subject. Like, God.
Oh, there we go.
Why single women?
I was seeing if he was gonna pull up the black woman video. It looks like this is it. We'll see.
Manosphere Tracy. She went on for an hour about how we need to just subscribe to OnlyFans. And
I'm not watching an hour-long video.
Get prostitutes and date lady boys and be gay. Literally. And I saw Doberman in here. Yep. Doberman doing God's work. He's all over the place. He's a watchdog. I've had several people reach out to me last year asking if I'm lonely. The vast majority of them followed up by asking me for a favor. And most of the mainstream advice for men on this issue includes some sort of be useful. In my opinion, no one gives a solitary shit about increasing male loneliness. Any concern has to do with declining male usefulness. Oh,
and I think there was one here.
Spurg out for the win, $2. Yeah, I noticed Shameless Spurg surpassed me in subscribers. Mr. Chad himself.
Who?
Oh, look, he's using AI thumbnails now. He's going to end up at 50,000 subscribers. Yeah, that's what hair gets you. 25,000 subscribers in a month. I'm sure he gets a bunch of sex, too. God, I need to get laid. One Take Lifestyle, Canadian, $6.99. Raymond, do you? I need to get laid. I'm sure he gets a bunch of sex, too. God, I need to get laid. One Take Lifestyle, Canadian, $6.99. Raymond, do you worry about Mouse Utopia? Everyone seemed... It's like, obviously we're in it. Everyone seems to forget the part where the mice that got nothing eventually take out the mice on the top. Nothing eventually take out the mice on the top. Seemed... It's like Mouse Utopia. Style Canadian. 5,000 subscribers in a month. That's what hair gets. It's a bunch of sex, too. God, I need to get laid. Sure he gets a bunch of sex.
Alright, I'll record it, but I don't know if we'll put it on the soundboard. Give me a second.
$25,000 subscribers in a month. I'm sure he gets a bunch of sex, too. God, I need to get laid. One Take Lifestyle, Canadian, $6.99. Raymond, do you worry about Moose? That's what it would be. It would be the hilarious confederacy of dunces. There's no organized revolution that's going to happen. No other way to make money. Nobody's touching me. Going, you guys are retarded, aren't you? You legitimately think that guys don't want to watch a pretty blonde girl bipsy bopsy boop around on a TV? That's what they think of you. God.
I think that was it. I didn't watch the full thing. I just had it on in the background while I was cutting a watermelon. So I saw it in my sub feed and I was like, oh, I'll click on that. Sure, why not? Let me close out of this. Firm. Yeah, baldcel, ragebait, LOLCOW. Let's see. Honcho Reckless with the 2. I don't care. This guy's better than DSP. Talking about ours? I mean, he's way more entertaining for sure, man. That's the thing. Raymond is actually entertaining to watch, in my personal opinion. I like the pure, unhinged energy. And I like the lack of a filter. And Daryl's some of the 2. Griffin needs to get laid. I do not need to get laid. Why do I need to get laid? What is magically going to happen if I have sex with a woman right now? Is my life going to be any better? No. Absolutely fucking not. And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. All Griffin needs to do is shave his head. Yeah, and bust out my glasses. The Jeffrey Dahmer kind. I think that's the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. But I'm not 100% sure. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Chat and Griffin need to get laid.
Look here. Look here! Look, listen!
I would if I could. Why don't you just become an executive chef? Because I've never worked in a restaurant in my entire life. That would be a mistake. Alright, let's see. So I think I have everything that was sent pulled up. We'll do this first since it's shorter.
What's going on, gamers? Insert generic Sega name here, and I just gotta say, this Nintendo Switch is Nintendo's biggest disappointment. This console is absolutely terrible. I just can't believe anyone would buy this thing. It's just so highly disappointing. You know, on second thought, playing the Nintendo Switch is actually a really fun console. I don't see why anyone would hate on this system. It's just absolutely fantastic. I spend all my time and days just playing so many games, reviewing so many games. I just love games, guys. Like, you have no idea. But on the other hand, Nintendo...
Hold on. Where is it? Shit.
That's not baking.
Oh, wrong.
Yeah, I'm a gamer!
There we go.
Nintendo doesn't know what they're doing. Like, they're just destroying gaming with their prices and the game key cards. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous. You just have no idea. Like, Nintendo is just going to be the downfall of gaming as we know it. But man, oh man, I just love playing the Nintendo Switch 2. Like, it is the pinnacle of gaming. Like, you have no idea how great this thing is. Like, it's the second coming of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Like, guys, you have no idea. I love this system. But when I really think about it, Nintendo really is killing gaming, like, with their game key cards. Like, I know I play the Steam Deck all the time, and I just love playing on PC gaming, but I play on console too, mind you. But it's just, the Steam Deck is so good. But just remember that Nintendo is killing gaming with their game key cards and not having full physical games, even though I play the Steam Deck on a regular basis and love playing the Steam Deck. Every time I go to the gym and I take a big shit in the toilet, I got my Steam Deck with me because I absolutely love it because Nintendo is trash. But who am I kidding? I love gaming, guys. Like, it's so good. I just, like, you have no idea. Like, it's just, like, I play everything all the time. You know, when I'm not doing...
The pinnacle of gaming? Indeed, man.
...meth on the street, or, you know, being a hypocrite of telling you what you should or should not buy with your own money because I'm telling you what is destroying gaming, you should absolutely play the Nintendo Switch 2, even though I went out and bought it, but I made 28 million...
Yeah, only 28 videos. That's it.
...videos rage baiting you, saying that Nintendo is going to destroy gaming in 2020.
They're going to scam you. It's going to be $1,000. That was probably my favorite era, is when all of the fucking channels were trying to claim it was going to be like an $800 console. That was entertaining.
25 because they're absolute trash. But, you know, I love the Nintendo Switch too. Guys, I'm just saying, like, Nintendo doesn't know what they're doing anymore. They launched this system, and what do we got? Mario Kart World? Who cares about Mario Kart World? And Donkey Kong next month? Nah. Nintendo's done. I mean, just ignore the fact that there are certain games that are just being updated to play on the Switch 2 a lot better. And then, you know, there's going to be other games eventually updated in the future, but you have that huge back catalog if you have the Nintendo Switch for quite some time, and you can play all those games that are backwards compatible on the Switch 2. But no, it is trash. But ignore the fact that, you know, when the PS5 came out, you know, it had no games, but it did have games, but it was trash. No, it was good. I mean, sorry, it was good. But yeah, no, the PS4 came out and it didn't have anything close to what Nintendo has. But no, the PS4 and Sony, like, is king. You guys have no idea. And I'm just a positive gamer, guys. Just remember, I love the Switch 2, and I'm not a hypocrite when it comes to playing it. Everyone needs to pull their heads out of their asses and realize that this system is so good, even though I was hating on it just to get clickbait because I refuse to get a real job and to support myself and my family because it's all about the clickbait.
Hold on. Hold your family. It'll never be your family.
Rage bait, nonsense. Yeah, nonsense on this platform to tell people not to buy this system, even though I went, you know, had to take myself out of my house and physically go to a midnight launch at a GameStop, Best Buy.
Doesn't matter how many baseball games you go to, how many sleepovers you drop them off and pick them up from. At the end of the day, they ain't yo kids.
Whatever it was to get this system. But yeah, no, this system, you should not support it. But I went out and bought it. So yeah, that's my excessive video on the Switch 2 and why you should not buy it, because this system is absolute trash. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, favorite, and retweet me, repost me, reblog me, reblow me, because it's all about not supporting the Nintendo Switch 2, guys. Don't support this system. Don't have fun playing this system. You hear me? Don't enjoy this system because the internet says this system is poo-poo, caca-pee-pee shire. Don't play this system. It's trash. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, reblog, and reblow me, because Nintendo is poop and we hate them.
Yeah, it's obviously a parody video of Dreamcast guy. Alright, I don't know why I went. So I think this was the first one we got. Let's see how it goes.
Just seconds ago.
Oh, it's... Alright, so with these news footage ones, because we already have the copyright warning, I might have to cut it, so we'll see.
The president went to Truth Social and typed this. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. Complete and total ceasefire is what he typed.
World War III / the invasion of Iran is officially on pause at this moment in time, and the people that are most angry right now are the neoconservatives and the anti-war hustlers that sell you on the idea that every time there's an incident at any point in time between the United States and Iran, we are going to end up at war with them. This was all a part of the plan. War is imminent, and you know it's imminent because they've been telling you so for nearly 20 years and have been wrong each and every time. Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Sean, and today we are going to do something interesting. Today we're going to look back on my prediction on how I thought this whole conflict, this whole skirmish between the United States, Israel, and Iran would break down versus all the people who told you that war was inevitable. There was no going back for this, because I think it's instructive to understand that we live in a world we're constantly panicking, constantly.
Yeah, Steven Crowder did a good compilation of all the people who just put out some fucking crazy. Maybe I'll pull that up. I saw it earlier today, and it was pretty good, but yeah, there was a lot of people that looked like fucking idiots in this situation.
Predicting the end of the world has absolutely no consequences. These people are never asked to be accountable for their positions, while I actually sign my name to my predictions, take all the heat from you guys out there in the audience who tell me that I shouldn't talk about foreign policy, and then end up being proven right because my predictions are based on reality, not what will get the most clicks. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticeword.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
So I knew the worm was turning on this particular issue when I started noticing the prominent so-called anti-war accounts on social media starting to pivot, starting to hedge on the issue, starting to say, well, you know what? Even though like I was predicting war with Iran and I was predicting that it would spiral out of control and that this would be a regime change war a la Iraq, a la the overthrowing of the Libyan government, a la Afghanistan, the fact is, if we don't end up in a war, this will be due to the undeniable restraint of the Iranians. And of course, I immediately started calling that out on social media because these people were well beyond that point. I mean, we saw constant posts by people saying that the US shouldn't send men to die for Israel. Candace Owens said white men were going to go die for Israel, and a bunch of other people jumped on that train. And without hesitation, and now that there appears to be a ceasefire deal in the works, these people have dusted themselves off, will pretend like you don't remember anything, and then the next incident the United States has with Iran, they'll come right back around and sell you on the same bullcrap. Meanwhile, on this channel, I laid out my predictions quite clearly, based it on facts and reality, and I think it's important that we play clips of me being correct, me being right, me being 100% dead on accurate, because it's crucial for you to understand what it's like to actually have to live up to the things that you said in the past. And he's also putting the pressure on the Ayatollah in order to force him into a surrender, which, by the way, is unsurprising because President...
Yeah, Candace Owens is fucking insufferable, dude. She is absolutely insufferable. I don't understand why anyone takes her seriously.
Trump likes to threaten people with military force way more than he likes to actually engage in warfare. If you guys will recall, the way that he forced Kim Jong-un to the table back in the day was that he kept threatening escalation with North Korea. A lot of people reported that the US was going to go to war with North Korea at the time, but ultimately what we ended up seeing was that this was all a part of the strategy. And this has been a repeated strategy throughout his presidency to threaten people over and over again in order to get them to the table. And in my opinion, this is part of the bluff factor or the bolstering of American power or stating American power without actually intending on using it. Again, I don't think, in my genuine opinion, that President Trump wants to send US troops to Iran. And this is why I'm incredibly skeptical of all these different various people who never...
No, you're a liar, dude. He obviously wants to. He's a, what's the shit they call it? Zion Don? Zion Don. There you go. He's Zion Don, so obviously he wants to send the troops into Israel and Iran. Because his master, Benjamin Netanyahu, told him to.
Ever take accountability for their predictions, and why I land squarely in the camp of nothing ever happens ever, and I hope that all of you will join me, because the fact is, there is a such thing as a limited military engagement that is short of boots on the ground and a US invasion and US soldiers dying. And by the way, to be clear, I don't want any US soldiers to die for Israel or US citizens, but the fact is, nobody's really asking for that. I mean, sure, you can find people in the Israeli government who are like, the US needs to join us in our strikes against Iran. That definitely exists. We also are probably getting pressure from Saudi Arabia, who's Iran's natural enemy, being a Sunni power near Iran as the Shia power. But the fact is, this is not a thing that I believe we are being dragged towards at this moment in time, and this isn't something that I think President Trump is willing to burn his legacy on. Now, it's important for you guys to note that that particular video where I compare this to the North Korea ratcheting up the rhetoric kind of situation came out prior to Trump calling for regime change on social media, because I've seen him do this multiple times, and you don't get into any bigger threat territory than nuclear threats, which is what he threatened versus North Korea, and he was able to walk that back in order to get them to the negotiation table, because this is a part of President Trump's foreign policy strategy. In addition to that, one of the things that I often also highlighted was the way that Israel went after Hezbollah, because they started bombing them right after October 7th, the north of Israel, displacing Israelis, which was to hit Hezbollah as hard as possible, as quick as possible, in order to push them into a surrender. And by the way, almost all of the predictors that said that this would lead to US war with Iran said that would lead to US intervention with Lebanon, but the fact is that strategy absolutely worked. So what I was doing, rather than panicking, rather than posting the thing that would get the most clicks, was actually basing it on the way that these two parties, the United States and Israel, have acted in the recent past. Trump with North Korea, by the way, Trump with hitting Soleimani too, because he did the same thing after he killed that guy, the number 2 in the Iranian government, and the way that Israel engaged with Lebanon, because the recent past should be a good way for us to predict what is likely to happen in the future. And as many people have pointed out, Trump has said multiple times that he didn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, there's a compilation of him saying,
he's been saying that shit since like 2010. That's what's crazy, is people thought this was like a new stance. It's like, no, he's been saying this for over a decade.
You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let it happen, because bad things will happen if that happens. But everybody stopped. They were ready to make a deal. We would have made a deal. It was great for everybody. No nuclear weapons. You can't give them nuclear weapons. Now they're going to have a nuclear weapon. Don't let Iran have nuclear weapons. That's my only thing I have to tell you today. Don't let them have it. They would have never had them, including Iran. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's all. They can't have nuclear weapons. It's too destructive, too powerful. They can't have it. But I wanted to make a deal with them. No nuclear weapons. You can't have nuclear weapons.
So for me on this channel, it was very easy for me to understand how the United States of America would likely proceed, which was possible limited strikes on their nuclear facilities, which, by the way, we're not technically making nuclear weapons at this moment in time. However, they did enrich uranium beyond the 5% that is needed for energy all the way to 60%, and it's actually easy to go from 60 to weapons grade, which is around 90% enrichment. But yeah, I knew that they were going to try to do this, and I knew after the fact they were going to try to push for some kind of a deal, some kind of a ceasefire, because if you'll remember, the reason these strikes occurred is because Iran blew past the 60-day deadline that was set up by the Trump administration before he promised them immense pain. So in my opinion, once
Yep, back in April, there was a news article that got published that backed up that claim that he gave him 60 days, so that was another narrative, is that Trump gave him 60 days, and then they basically said, fuck you to him, so he rage fucking cut off the tariff, or whatever the fuck you call it, I don't know. And, yeah, basically tried to say that, you know, what's that stupid fucking thing that they say? The taco, which is like the most retarded thing. The Trump always chickens out or whatever. It was dumb, man. It was dumb. Yeah, they try to like frame it as Trump's a taco, dude. He always chickens out. It's like, what type of fucking retarded... They need to keep doing that, dude, honestly. Keep doing that, please. It just sounds so fucking boomery. But yeah, he gave him the 60-day ultimatum. And they said nah, so he's like, alright, well, you know, the fucking sanction... That's the word I was looking... The sanctions, not tariffs. The sanctions and everything go back up and all this other type of shit. So they gave him a 60-day grace period to get their shit together, come to the negotiation table, and then after the 60-day period, that's when the Israelis launched the drone strike inside of Iran, taking out most of their surface-to-air missiles. And then on top of that, we went in and bunker busted their fucking nuclear site. So, unlucky. Now they want to negotiate. It's almost like Trump had a good strategy.
Once you draw that red line, whether you like the intervention or not, you have to follow through on it, because when you're the Obama administration and you draw a red line in Syria and you don't follow through, that ends up signaling the world that you are to be taken advantage of. Again, it is in fact America first.
Because the more countries that have a nuke, the worse off the rest of the world is. So, unfortunately, nukes are already a thing, and the active mission to try and contain the number of countries that have access to nukes is, you know, a universally agreed upon principle, because, you know, the more countries that have nukes, the more likely it is one gets fired. And if one nuke goes off, then the entire world pays the price for that, regardless of where it actually blew up. So it's just kind of a mentality of the less nukes, the better.
First, to project a strong image out there in the world. It is stated American policy to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, and this strategy I fully believed and stated publicly multiple times I thought would work, and it would not lead to a war. So everybody who said otherwise is in fact wrong, dead wrong. And by the way, I didn't just post about this in that YouTube video, I also posted about this on Twitter. So this is me responding to the Hodge twins that we're going to talk about a little bit later on this channel, and I was responding to their post about how they were making a list of fake America First people who have been silent around de-escalating and ending this war, and then he said, remember the few of us that have been against war from the beginning. And I responded by saying, you should make a list of all the people who have never heard of Trump ratcheting up the rhetoric or using limited force to push an enemy to de-escalate, and then I said, it's hilarious how the never believe the government folks take every threat of military action 100% at face value. So again, I'm on record pointing out that Trump does like to ratchet up the rhetoric in order to try to push people in order to get them to do what he wants. And I pointed out that he has utilized in the past limited military strikes.
This played out the exact same way as when he blew up Soleimani, which was the Iranian military leader. You know, he airstruck Soleimani. They launched a rocket in retaliation. It landed outside of a U.S. base. Nobody was hurt. And, you know, it just stopped right there. So, literally worked out to be the exact same way. Once again, nobody learned anything. And we are where we are. A lot of people went full mask off, saying that Trump should be impeached and all this other crazy shit.
Without starting a full-scale war. And by the way, while there's varying reports on the level of damage that we've done to the nuclear facilities that were hit by the US bombs and how long this could delay the potential for their nuclear program, the fact is we did hit those facilities. We did some damage to those facilities. Trump says they're absolutely wiped out, but most people say that they're actually hit hard but not completely destroyed, and that will lead to delays in their nuclear program. And it seems to, as of right now, push the Iranians into just a symbolic response against the United States and coming back to the table in order to discuss with them, which is a good thing. Again, sometimes using a threat of force is necessary in order to actually push forward the peace process.
What it means, Brett, is quite simple. First of all, the president, without, knock on wood, having a single American casualty, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. We are now in a place where we weren't a week ago. A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it. So that's a very, very big thing. Now, what that means, I think, is we have to talk to Iran and, of course, to Israel about what the future holds. Because while we have obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think that's what the president is really trying to figure out here, is to build a long-term settlement here to where we can have peace in the region, where our regional allies, of course, the American people, most importantly, can be secured, but where we can ensure that the destruction of the Iranian nuclear program that has already happened is not something they try to rebuild.
But despite the fact that this is one of the very consistent things that the Trump administration has done time and time again in terms of foreign policy, you have all these different various people who are total naysayers saying that, oh no, absolutely not, this will never work. And included in the bunch, and by the way, included in the people that I made fun of, is Dave Smith, who again, on Breaking Point, said that we are past the point where the Iranians cannot respond with force, and essentially Trump is an idiot for asking them to negotiate and talking about peace, and he compared the strikes on Iran to Pearl Harbor against the United States, and Japan asking the Americans, FDR in particular, to negotiate after Pearl Harbor.
That the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke. I mean, what an impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before that.
Now again, I highlight this not because Dave Smith was totally 100% wrong in his prediction, but because, of course, he decided to hedge and say, oh, we're relying on Iranian restraint in order to prevent this war. Therefore, he's still right, even if the war that he unambiguously was making it clear that he saw coming doesn't actually happen, which is absolutely absurd. And again, I got into it with him on this particular topic in Twitter. I will link the thread in the description if you care about that sort of thing. But the fact is, a bunch of these people who hold the anti-war stance don't actually stand by their predictions. And considering I'm somebody who's anti-war, I don't want to invade Iran.
Yeah, I mean, if people are actually honest, there would have been a shitload of backtracking, but now they're trying to push the narrative that this is just phase 1, dude. They're gonna, you know, bomb everything else now afterward. The cope is insane. Like, if people don't realize it by now that Trump does not want to be in any sort of long-term conflict in any region, they're just absolutely dumb as shit. I really don't fucking get it.
Or get entangled in.
This guy was president already for 4 years. We know exactly what he's going to do, but some people just don't pay attention, I guess.
All these foreign countries, I find it really annoying that I get all this crap and all this heat when I point out the most likely outcome as if I'm somebody who's pushing for a full-scale invasion or something ridiculous like that, when all I'm doing is analyzing the facts based on what I've seen before from the Trump administration and the countries that are involved and making the most logical assessment. Of course, you don't get rewarded for that. What you get rewarded for is telling people war is imminent, telling them it's definitely going to happen, talking about how you called it, you got it right, you nailed this one, and then when it doesn't happen, you say, oh, well, you know, this other reason is why it didn't happen, and I'm never going to acknowledge why I was wrong. Now, of course, I mentioned the Hodge twins earlier on, and little did I know that when I quote tweeted them and made fun of them making a list of all the non-loyal America First people, that they would actually end up embarrassing themselves in a ridiculous way by posting different messages, taking different positions depending on the platform. They actually have a post on the Hodge twins Facebook page that has since been deleted.
Yeah, the Hodge twins probably split their brain between the two different bodies.
Where they embraced and endorsed Trump's strikes on Iran, but on X, they're talking about how, oh, we're going to die for Israel, and this is the end of the world. I mean, here's their Facebook post. President Trump just unleashed, all caps, American might, ordering a devastating, all caps, attack on Iran's nuclear sites at Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, crushing their dangerous ambitions. For 14 years, President Trump has been crystal clear, Iran cannot have nukes, and he's followed through with a historic strike that's got the world in awe. A full payload of bombs, all capitals, rained down, and our brave warriors made it home safe. Despite the fake news from Axios claiming that President Trump might allow Iran's uranium enrichment, he shut that down. And then they quote him from True Social saying, we will not allow any enrichment of uranium, close quote. Democrats and their media pals are scrambling, crying foul, but patriots know Trump is keeping America and Israel safe. Iran is chanting, quote, death to America while funding terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. Trump's message, quote, Iran must agree to end this war. It's time for peace through strength. Like if you stand with Trump's bold action, comment MAGA to show Iran who's boss, share to slap down the Democratic lies. Hashtag Trump 2025, hashtag America first, hashtag no nukes for Iran. Now, if you compare that to his post on X, it says, looks like the panicans were right. The neocons got US bombs dropped on Iran for Israel like they wanted. There's nothing exciting about war. The only thing we can do now is pray for peace and pray this doesn't escalate. We are proud that we spoke up against this potential war. I mean, guys, come on, guys. That's two posts from the same social media users. Just one is on Facebook, where you have more pro-Israel boomers, where they talk about how...
Yeah, exactly. They're just grifting. Hardcore.
Trump is standing with America and Israel and how proud they are of that. And then on X, where people are more anti-Israel, he's talking about how, oh my God, it's terrible that we dropped these bombs. We did it for Israel. And oh my God, it looks like we're headed for that potential war with Iran. Now, of course, when confronted with this obvious contradiction, this obvious example of pandering to two different audiences based on the platform on which those audiences can be found, the Hodge twins completely took accountability for their lies. They said, you know what? You caught us. We were double pandering. We apologize for this. We promise to be more legit and actually take one position on an issue at a time. No, of course they didn't do that. I'm totally kidding. They decided to come up with two different excuses for why this occurred. And by the way, anytime you bring up two different excuses for the same error, for the same mistake, we know that you're lying. If y'all didn't already see, we getting dragged because of our Facebook account posts. We post our personal takes on X and have a...
If y'all didn't see, we getting dragged because of our... Oh my God.
Social media employee that posts on Facebook because we don't have time, but we weren't checking before they were posted. Some of the posts on Facebook were written by ChatGPT and did not match what we post on X. Posts were all public for everyone to see. We weren't hiding anything. We deleting those posts on our Facebook and taking accountability for being dumb. We are also
deleting those. Oh my God.
Hiring a new social media person. If anybody looking for a job, by the way, we are still anti-war, Keith and Kevin. Yeah, so the reason for this discrepancy that happens to perfectly line up with the audiences that they were targeting for these posts on X versus Facebook actually had nothing to do with them obviously pandering to both audiences. It had to do with a rogue social media employee that, of course, they're firing because whatever they posted didn't align with the Hodge twins' values. Also, in addition to that, they're using ChatGPT to write the post, so it's a social media employee and ChatGPT writing the post, and they're not checking up on either one of them. Again, two excuses for the same thing is usually indicative of a lie. Imagine that you are dating somebody romantically, and they're late getting home, and you ask them, why'd you get home late? And they say, oh, honey, don't worry about it. I was working late, but also I was visiting a sick friend in the hospital. Obviously, that person is lying. Spoiler alert, that person is very likely cheating on you. You should be alert because two different excuses compounding at the same time without prior notice usually is indicative of a lie. This is what we're seeing right here. They're saying it was an employee that they had to fire for being an employee that sucked, but also it was ChatGPT, so I guess they got to fire AI as well. And by the way, isn't it weird that they're using ChatGPT to generate posts for their social media rather than giving their authentic takes on these particular issues? Again, this is what I'm up against. This is what, by the way, huge people in my own audience are attacking me for not aligning with.
It's a blatant grift, you know. This is why I don't watch right-wing commentators. It's because almost every single one of them is fake. None of them have any sort of real principled stances at all. It's just, how do I make as much money off of this issue as possible? Which is basically the entirety of the Republican Party, to be completely fair. You know, they're the do-nothing party that literally just sits with their thumbs up their ass when they have power and refuses to actually do anything of worth. So, I guess it's not really too surprising when you think about it that way.
No, this is the most disingenuous nonsense of all time. And I just bumped the microphone. And by the way, everyone who cowardly, and I mean absolutely cowardly, made their predictions that we were going to send US soldiers to go die in Iran for Israel or some other ridiculous proposal, that now that there's a ceasefire deal that's potentially in effect, have decided to turn around and say not that they were wrong, not take ownership of their positions, but actually they were just being anti-war. And it's really messed up that all these people are just churning on them for being anti-war when in reality they were just against war. Ridiculous. No respect for you guys at all whatsoever. Again, own up to your positions. If we actually did send troops into Iran, if we actually had a broader escalation than what I was predicting as a potential result, I would have to come to you guys, my own audience, who actually expect me to be accountable for the things that I say and admit that I was wrong, and I would 100% do that. These people have no such obligation because they always hide behind the virtue of just being anti-war, when the fact is they made specific predictions about where they thought this was going. They said that the evil orange man was basically George Bush 2.0, and they were totally wrong, and they never will acknowledge it. And again, they'll dust themselves off and do the same thing the very next time an incident pops up with Iran. And by the way, if you guys want a handy-dandy guide to how Trump tends to work in these foreign policy situations, I actually put out a list on my X account that I will read for you right now. So this is a 6-step process on how Trump ends up working in terms of his foreign policy. One, you have the initial offer. In this particular case, it was the 60-day deadline for them to reach a new nuclear deal that the Trump administration was satisfied with. Then, of course, you have the threats of force.
Yep, which was back in April.
Step 2. This is when Trump was saying, oh, you better watch out. If you don't actually come to the table and make a deal, then you're going to feel some might from the U.S. military force. Now, right after that, we go to possible strikes, where maybe the president will order some kind of military action to show the foreign foe that we mean business. Now, again, the reason this is possible strikes and not actual strikes is because even though we've seen this in Iran in this particular incident, and we saw it with the killing of Soleimani,
I know you hate Nick, but he hasn't switched up at all. He corrected the... Oh, wait, he commented... Oh, shit. He commended the ceasefire, but still criticizes Trump glazing of Netanyahu. So, Trump being diplomatic is bad? No, Nick is a fucking retard, bro. He's one of those people who knows how to talk to sound intelligent, but he's not. He's one of those people that can talk his way into sounding intelligent, but in reality, he's not. So, no, he was saying that this was the declaration of World War III. Trump was thrusting us into a war with Iran. Blah, blah, blah. He was pounding the war drums just like everybody else. So... saying that Trump had betrayed America first, that he was actually, you know, more loyal to Israel than he was the United States, that MAGA is dead, and all this other shit. So, no. He has not been... The thing is with Nick, is he used to be a big-ass Trump fan. Then he got pissed off... I don't know, at some point, I guess Trump, like, just said he didn't want anything to do with them. And then, you know, the whole January 6th shit happened where he definitely got compromised because him and his groypers were telling people to rush inside the Capitol. All of his friends got arrested and they were tried with insurrection and everything. He was left untouched. Even though he was the one on camera screaming, storm the Capitol, they can't stop everybody, you know, whatever. I don't exactly know exactly what was said, but he was with, a bullhorn, fucking screaming out, like, rush the Capitol or whatever. You know, he claimed that the government had froze his bank account, put him on a no-fly list. Well, all of that shit turned out to be completely false. They only did it for, like, a day. And then they unfroze all of his assets immediately, and for months he was pretending that he was without any money, and that the bank account was still frozen with hundreds of thousands of dollars in it to milk donations. So, yeah, ever since then he's been very anti-Trump. I mean, this is the dude who said that you should vote for Camel Toe instead of Trump. Because, you know, Trump is the Zionist slave or whatever. It's just retarded. I don't know. You can go down that whole rabbit hole. There's people who've documented everything. I only know, like, very basic shit, because, honestly, I don't really care about Nick Fedtez. But, yeah, I would not really put any weight behind him. Yeah, he tried to sabotage Trump's campaign in the 11th hour. So, yeah, somebody was saying he tried to make a bunch of AI ads declaring war on Iran prior to the election, but he did not do it because apparently it was against, election laws. So, yeah, he's been trying to seed this entire idea that Trump wants war with Iran before the election even started. So, yeah. No, he's been dead wrong about this entire thing.
We actually had another incident where Trump actually called off the strikes at the last minute because he didn't think the strikes would be worth it in the long run. Also, you have the North Korea negotiation where he did not actually engage in strikes despite the fact that he threw out the threats. Now, after that, we get the crazy threats from President Trump. This is where we get the total threats of annihilation from President Trump, usually on social media. In the North Korea context, it was when he said that his red button is bigger than Kim Jong-un's red button, and it actually works. In that particular case, he was threatening nuclear war to show you how extreme this gets. But in the Iranian case, he was talking about regime change and all these different other things that, again, were very...
Well, Trump did the same thing with the Russians the other day, too. So that was pretty funny.
Harsh threats post the strikes that were the initial ones that, again, are all a part of this process. Right after that, what do we get to? The let's make a deal portion of this. And again, we saw this with the North Korea meeting. We saw this with the posts on social media after threatening total annihilation. And then, of course, this follows up with him talking crap about our ally, saying that, in certain ways, they're kind of just as bad as our foe, which, by the way, we've also already reached that point.
Can you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
Now, while it might be fair to say that Trump doesn't have a true foreign policy doctrine, like a philosophy that undergirds it, if you look at this 6-step process and realize that he circles back to 1 after 6, then you realize that this is essentially where all of the conflicts end up going with all of the foreign leaders that are designated enemies of the United States or stated enemies of the United States. And again, this is a method that you can rely on repeatedly, and this is based largely on the fact that Trump likes to threaten military action, which, by the way, sometimes can be good. It can actually help you achieve your goals, but doesn't actually want to be a president that starts new wars. Now, some people will call this peace through strength. Some people will call this a show of force in order to prevent escalation. Whatever you want to call it, it makes no matter. But acknowledging that this is a pattern of behavior that we've seen repeatedly from President Trump is not the same thing as being a pro-war neocon. And again, not acknowledging this is either due to extreme ignorance or a completely disingenuous reading of how the previous Trump administration worked. So once again, I will state my position absolutely clearly for all you guys out there in the audience. I am not somebody who is pro the invasion of Iran or anything of the sort. I think we are too involved in military conflict, specifically in the Middle East. However, that doesn't mean that every time that there's a blip that comes up anywhere in the world, I'm going to pretend that it's World War III. Now, this also doesn't mean that I'm against all military actions at any point in time against any target to any scale, because the fact is sometimes a show of force can prevent further fighting down the line, and usually, because I'm analyzing these situations on a case-by-case basis, and I feel like a limited military action could end up preventing a broader military action, I'm going to throw my support behind it. Now, I know a bunch of people are going to deliberately misinterpret that because they can't argue against the position, but you know what? That's where I'm going to leave it. As per usual, if you like this video, then show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. Even me talking about the absolute nonsense surrounding
No, alright. Nick Fedtez saw a vacuum that Richard Spencer left on the internet. So, Nick Fedtez was a fan of Richard Spencer back in the day. When he became a lefty, Nick saw that as an opportunity to step in and be basically the neo-Nazi LARP king of internet politics. So, I mean, all you have to do is go back and look at his old content, and it's like, bro, what the fuck is this guy? So, he has become basically... He's become basically just another fill-in for, like, the, It's like a containment influencer, you know? Like, he's a known quantity, so he's allowed to exist. because the people that, you know, are being monitored in his audience converge in one place. So it's like a containment kind of community. The irony that Richard Spencer told everyone to vote. Yeah, like Richard Spencer apparently had his come to Jesus moment or whatever, and now he's no longer an ultra right winger and all this other shit. I don't know. But yeah, it is pretty ironic. Is Fedtez wrong? Does he lie? Bro, he literally tried to make a fucking fake AI ad about Donald Trump wanting to declare war on Iran prior to the election, but only did not because he found out it was illegal. So, yes, he lies all the time. I mean, you'd have to be more specific on, like, what, but... I mean, he just recycles... See, this is the thing. He's one of those people that recycles a bunch of already known existing facts, puts one factual statement in with a bunch of other shit, and because one part of the statement's right, you automatically assume the rest of it is correct as well. That's the issue. Well, yeah, you don't even have to say he's in the Destiny video. All you have to do is go, all you have to do is go to this video.
Wall. I was gonna pick you up at like noon or 1, and I just kept like watching videos. I watched a lot of videos about dinosaurs. People been giving me shit about. I said I don't believe in dinosaurs. I was doing some research, been watching like some, and then I just kind of got sucked in, and I was watching videos about the end times. And
what is he gonna debate me on?
About Noah's Ark, and then I was watching a video about Star Wars.
So you've looked at the data. What do you think about the dinosaurs now, then?
So I guess so they're real, but they live with people. That was the takeaway.
Okay.
Yeah, I did my research. Because I said on the show, in a very tongue-in-cheek way, I'm like, I find it hard to believe the dinosaurs.
Does this not look like the typical gay couple?
Are real. And I even all these fucking people get on my case. They're like, "Oh, no, well, you don't believe in dinosaurs." Oh, he doesn't even. Oh, wait, you don't believe in dinosaurs?
This is like literally what you picture the average gay couple looks like.
Supposed to be here. So that was my red pill on the TQ today.
I see.
So I don't believe in them, but I think they lived with people and they were created by God.
Right.
I think you're.
But what was it? Shooting like a hard rack?
I don't know what it was. But I'm gonna jump into conclusions. I don't know. Did you ever get to the bottom? Gas around?
No, I went inside.
But this guy that he's with, like, literally wears, like, fucking women's clothing and sucks horse dildos on stream. Like, this guy that he's hanging out with the fucking cat ears on is, like, famous online for wearing women's clothing and sucking horse cock on camera. That's, like, his whole shtick, and Nick is hanging out with him, and they're having their gay little date.
I locked the door.
Yeah, that was probably smart. Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. I tried to sort of like drive around. There was a big police car.
There was a lot of police cars and then a lot of Democrats running from the scene.
Running, literally running.
So I'm thinking they better hook me up with an Airbnb. Well, it was supposed to. It was supposed to be separate.
You're fine. You're alive.
That's safe. That's why in the thumbnail you can see the red and blue light on our faces because that was right outside the house.
I'm like so hungry. I can't. Every time I see it, it's like half an hour. You have to get something in my belly so I can go normal mode. Maybe control, go to the Airbnb, and the B3. I got you good.
That Airbnb earlier, I think 16 Very safe.
Because this is when he was trying to be more of a variety type content creator. So this is before he went super hardcore into like the political shit. Nothing to do with Nick's geopolitical narrative? I never said it did. Someone mentioned the Destiny video about him being gay, and I said, you don't even have to look at that, just look at this video. I have a feeling Nick Fedtez is doing all this because of money. Oh, definitely. Yeah. No, he saw the opportunity when Richard Spencer, like, stopped being the go-to, like, neo-Nazi, ultra right-winger on the internet. Because Richard Spencer basically was identical to Nick Fuentes back in the day. Like, the way they carry themselves, the way they talk, the way they fucking dress. Like, it's almost like a carbon copy. So... So why show it? Stay on. What the fuck are you talking about? The point is that somebody said he was in the Destiny video or not. And I said, oh, you don't have to look at the Destiny video. You can just look at this. That was the point. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's a good reason the feds, though... Oh, wait, threw Nick Fuentes back out into the wild, even though... Yeah, he's a honeypot. So, he sang on everybody else. And then, you know, he got to fly free. So... Who cares about... Okay... Bro, you can't say that's not the point when it was the point, and then you're saying, oh, well, who cares anyway? You're the one changing the fucking point. I don't give a fuck about his political commentary, to be completely honest, bro. I really don't fucking care about what Nick Fuentes has to say. He will never be taken seriously in any political circle ever. He is the equivalent of a fucking Destiny, Hassan... or fucking Frogan type. He's a fucking LOLCOW political streamer that people like to laugh at and will never actually accomplish anything of any value. You're just watching him for entertainment value. He's never going to actually have any sort of real influence on anything. It's already been compromised after the January 6th shit. Griffin Goiming Oive. That's right.
Give me monies!
Hold on 1 second. I gotta refresh. Shit. Why wouldn't Trump just fire him if he's a Fed? What? Bro. Do you know how the intelligence agency operates? Oh, man. I really don't want to get into a whole conversation about it. Like, are you forgetting the fact that the FBI for Trump's entire first term was trying to sabotage him and literally was committing treason on a borderline daily basis, trying to undermine his presidency? The intelligence agency is like literally Trump's greatest enemy. So, yeah, no, it's not that easy. He's not an actual, like, Fed employee either. He's a fucking, you know, an asset, which is completely different. That means the government has dirt on you and they agree to not prosecute you as long as you do as you're told. That's what it means when someone says you're a Fed, is you're basically an informant. Like, the government has dirt on you. They're holding it over your head. It's basically a form of legal blackmail because you did something wrong and now they can fucking throw the book at you if they want. But if you're useful to them, then they'll let you stay free, but you have to cooperate, essentially. Oh, yeah, dude. The fucking Secret Service absolutely tried to get Trump killed. Absolutely. They were told not to cover that fucking roof. 100%. And that's, I believe that falls under DHS, right? Homeland Security. I'm not going to believe it. Go look at his video talking about it. He literally made videos talking about how the feds arrested him. They seized his bank account. A bunch of his buddies, like fucking... Who was the retard? Baked Alaska or something? Got arrested. Like, a bunch of his buddies on January 6th were literally arrested for insurrection and, you know, trying to get people to storm the Capitol. He was on camera screaming into a fucking megaphone, like, you know, storm the Capitol, take over D.C., all this other shit. Like, literally inciting the mob. He gets arrested. They freeze his bank accounts for a day, and for months he's, like, going on, like, air, saying, oh, my bank account's been frozen, I need money, blah, blah. In reality, it was unfrozen, like, the day after. So, why is it that everyone around him got arrested and did jail time, but he, the main perpetrator, got off with no punishment whatsoever, even though he was directing people to storm the Capitol? Like, it doesn't really take a 300 IQ to put 2 and 2 together and arrive that the number is 4. Like, yeah, he obviously cut a deal and they let him go. And he snitched on the other people who were there. So, no, I didn't storm the Capitol. I was outside of it, though. Bro, it was so packed, I couldn't even get up there if I tried. There was like, bro, like, honestly, if that was really an insurrection, it would have actually succeeded, because there was probably like 3 to 4 million people there that day. Like, I've never seen DC that packed. It was a huge crowd. So, if the crowd actually tried to fucking take over the Capitol, it easily could have been accomplished. Probably taken over most of the DC area. I mean, just pure crowd size and everything. POV, you believe Katy Perry went to space? I do believe, like, when you say space, it's not really space. They just went into, like, whatever it's called, what's that section? It's like, fuck, like low orbit, I think is what it's referred to as. It's not like actual space. So you're still in like the Earth's gravitational pull. So you're just like basically with the satellites. But the thing that's interesting about space footage, and you know, maybe this is a tinfoil hat time, but supposedly there's so many like satellites up in space, but why is it that whenever they show footage of like the International Space Station and all this other stuff, you never actually see the other satellites? Call it a conspiracy theory if you'd like. But allegedly there's like hundreds of thousands of satellites and stuff up there. So I don't know. Kind of odd. I mean, I've never really analyzed a lot of space footage, but I've just always kind of found that curious. Space is fake and gay, the earth is flat, and our government is lizards. True. I can believe it, man. Women aren't real? Yeah, that's definitely true. If they were real, they would talk to me. Just like birds, bro. They're government drones. Bro, the VIP badge didn't give you access to the Capitol, though. That's the thing. What happened is Trump gave his speech at a different location, and then he told everyone to march down to the Capitol to peacefully protest outside of the Capitol, because that's where they were holding the vote. So once Trump was done with his speech, everybody walked all the way over to the Capitol. So there was no VIP pass to the Capitol. The VIP pass was to Trump's speech, which was in a different area. So that was completely irrelevant, because technically if you stepped foot like on the Capitol like patio area, you were trespassing, which he was up there. Yeah, it is kind of a shame thinking back on it, man. Maybe it would have been better if things did escalate a little further, knowing what we know now. That could have been a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We needed Mel Gibson out there on his horse to hype up the crowd. Yeah, the thing is that I think is funny is like the shilling for that Thomas Massey guy. Because he's one of the guys who's like, that, you know, oh, it was an insurrection and that everybody who was involved in it should be arrested and Trump should never be allowed to run for it. He was one of those people. So when people LARP that Thomas Massey is this super principled, you know, true conservative Republic, like, bro, he literally thinks that the majority of fucking Trump supporters are literal insurrectionists. And he lied about being in fear for his life and all this other bullshit. Saying, and then he fantasized about how he was, you know, hoping he had the opportunity to shoot a Trump supporter in quote-unquote self-defense. So that dude is an absolute fucking ass clown. I don't know why Kentucky gets such shitty representatives, man. They had Mitch the Turtle for so long. Then they got that fucking Massey retard. Same with South Carolina. They got fucking Lindsey Graham and Nancy Mace. Like, what is it with these Republican states with this fucking clown show shit, man? It's fucking wild. Dude, the whole AIPAC thing is really dumb. Like, if people really think that a congressman's going to sell out for, like, $20,000 in campaign donations, that's just idiotic. Like, what does the average congressman spend on their campaign? Let's see. Average congressional campaign cost. What do they spend? Cost of election. I want to see how much each congressman spends, not total. $2.5 million. But it can go a lot higher, apparently. A toss-up race can go up to $10 million. So there you go. So think about that for a second. If AIPAC gives a congressman $10,000... okay... If AIPAC gives somebody $10,000, do you really think that has any significant effect on how that person votes? Like, honest question. Do you really think $10,000 is like the fucking determining factor? I don't think so. I mean, shit, bro. Let's say, you know, the LGBT tranny committee wanted to give me $50K if I'm running for Congress in hopes that I would advocate for Looney Tunes. I'd take their fucking money and tell them to shove it up their ass. So, yeah, give me the fucking cash, but I sure as shit ain't going to do what you want. So, I think people really misrepresent the whole AIPAC thing. I think it's way overhyped. They don't do that to AIPAC? How do you know that? How do you know that that is what is the determining factor? So, because I guarantee... Alright, let's say that AIPAC closes down tomorrow, and all the congressmen are still doing the exact same thing. Wouldn't that prove that AIPAC is not the actual problem? Like I'm saying, it's a false boogeyman. If you know about it, then it's not the real problem. Let's put it that way. If you know what it is, it's not the real problem. Because if there was actually something underhanded going on, you wouldn't know what it's called. I'm saying they always side with Israel no matter what they're doing. Yeah, do you know why? It doesn't necessarily have to do with AIPAC. It's because they control the media. So the Israelis, who are just so happen to be dual citizens to the United States, who are the largest shareholders as well as executive leadership of every single news agency. What is the most important thing you can do as a congressman or elected official? Get TV time. That's how they control them. Not through a $50,000 campaign donation, bro. I guarantee you, if I gave someone $50,000 in their re-election campaign, they wouldn't even fucking care. So, what you need to look at is the stuff you don't see, because that is a distraction. All the underhanded shit happens out of the public eye, not in a very traceable and easy to access public record of campaign finance. Ever seen Wings of Redemption try to weigh in on politics? It sometimes hurts. Yeah, isn't he like a socialist now? He's like a socialist now when he used to be like a big Southern pride guy back in the day. It's pretty pitiful. He keeps changing what he is, socialist, liberal, you name it. That was still funny when he says, I think we should try National Socialism. Jews need to be banned from positions of power. No, what needs to happen is there should be any sort of elected official that should be allowed to hold office if they're a dual citizen. You should have to renounce your dual citizenship to every other country except the United States if you want to be a U.S. representative or whatever, judge, anything like that. And on top of that, you have to be born in the United States. No more of this fucking foreigner moves to the U.S. and gets a fucking job in the government type shit. Government jobs and elected offices should only be for natural-born U.S. citizens who have no dual citizenship. That's the better solution. Oscu the 5, to be honest, I'm more scared of what happens after Trump leaves. I'm more than happy to vote for his candidate, but I'm not voting for another liberal fuck. Yeah, that is the bad part.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So, you know, all the good that Trump does during this term can easily be undone by a piece of shit who comes in afterwards. So, don't you just love democracy?
Gaming.
Yeah, the Republican Party is a fucking joke, so that is true. They're basically just the Democrats, but the illusion of choice type party. I don't know. I don't have faith long term, unfortunately. I do not have a lot of faith long term. If things continue as they are right now, yeah, JD will probably run. Alright, we'll see what this is. I don't know if we're going to watch the full thing or not, but I'm not really the biggest fan of animation. Yeah, Jarrell. Jarrell, the rapist, yeah, I heard about that.
The American dream. There's a reason they call it a dream. Who's there? Cock-a-doodle-doo, pal. No, 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 no! I don't have any more money! My job sucks right now, please! I'll have more money next month! You can't take my house! Is that your signature? Oh, okay, well, just help me work something out, okay? I mean, you said I'm a good credit guy, right? I mean, hey, wait! My card is in there! No, don't take my dream! Oh, how did this happen? Hardman? Is that you? It's been a long time since the 4th grade.
Yeah, Tucker's dad was a CIA agent.
Is that a time machine? There's no need to concern yourself with my standing accomplishments. Best get in. There's not much time. I gotta go down to the bank and get my life back. They took everything. Oh, bank ain't gonna help you now. Towel in the truck. Just a set of balls. Put them on. You're gonna need them. You're gonna get my dream back? No, pal. You are. I'm here to show you how. Submitted for your approval. 1. First National Bank. What is a bank, you ask? A curious place where both space, time, and irony exist. And yet, don't. Are you gonna be doing that the whole time? Pay attention, pile. Exhibit A. Those who have come to deposit and safely store their earned monies. Exhibit B. Those who need to borrow said money for purposes unknown. Hey, that's me! Ergo. Exhibit C. The bank only has so much money in the vault to lend out to people such as you. Hey, that's the guy! He took my house! Really screwing my vibe here, pal. Space-time continuum. He can't hear you. Just let me narrate. Now, where was I? So you see, by the time he got to you, pile, his bank was out of money. But he gave me lots of money and charged me a lot of interest. Yes, that's the only way banks make money, by making debt loans. Debt equals money, pile. Remember that. Debt equals money. The more loans they make, the more money they make. But if they don't have any money, then where did my...
No, so usury is outlawed in the Torah against other Jews. So, yeah, that's the way they interpret it. Is you don't charge usury against other Jews, but against the Goyim, it's fine.
My money come from? You're gonna want to take a step back. Whoa! No way! Yes way.
That's their belief.
And that's nothing. Hey, buddy, need some money?
So, like in Israel, they have anti-usury laws.
They didn't do that. Oh, they did exactly that, pile. Remember, banks make money by making loans, by selling debt, even to bad credit risks. Yo, have some money, dude. Just sign here. Oh my gosh. They called it free money. Yeah, that's exactly what my loan guy told me. Free money. But it ain't free. The worst part was offering money to people who don't even need it. People, pal, like you. You're right. I didn't need him. I was happy here. I didn't need it. Why's he sad? He's making all that money. Shh. He's thinking. Now wait for it. Now wait for it. Bingo. See, the bank is loaned to everyone in town, but to make more money, they have to loan even more. More? How much money do they need? More. Well, what's that? No, a black horse riding. Credit card. Wow, look, I mean, it's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. What now? Now, with Pi with all this money, we might as well party. Oh, this is awesome! I needed to get my head clear. When I get back, I'm gonna straighten all this out. I just hope Dream is doing okay.
I'm going to get you, my pretty.
Yep, he is. I'm sure he is. You put it on his tab. Little something for yourself. Wait. You know, wait a second, Harmon.
How accurate? I don't know. I just
thought of something. If I got this money from the bank, and the bank got it from the Federal Reserve dump traps, go on. Then where does the Federal Reserve get their money? Real nice time, ladies. Real nice. Now, excuse me while I volunteer. Say, Hartman, why am I wearing a burglar bikini top? Because no one is allowed inside the Fed. Not you, not me, no American citizen, no newly elected member of our Congress, not the Supreme Court. Not the Supreme Court? Not the Supreme Court, not the Justice Department, not the CIA, DIA, FBI, ATF, ATE, NBC, not even GOD. How come the government isn't allowed inside its own building? Government? The Fed is a private bank owned by private stockholders. Do not let the name federal fool you. This place is about as federal as Federal Express. A private bank? Private? Shh. Best to keep your voice down, pal.
This is Ethan, Federal Reserve.
Hey, Ethan, Bill here, First National.
Hi there, Bill. How are you?
Good, good. We're running a little low on money.
No problem. How much you need?
Oh, how does 20 million sound? What?
Excellent. We'll ship it over first thing tomorrow.
Wait, he can just call up the Fed and ask for more money and they give him whatever they want? No, pal. The Fed don't give the banks money. The Fed loans the banks money. The banks have to pay it back with interest. Come on, time to go. Wait. I still don't understand. Where does the Fed get their money? I mean, if they're a private bank. You said they're a private bank, right? Okay, so who puts money into the Fed bank?
This is Mel, United States Mint.
Hi, ML. First National needs another 20 millies.
We're already running the presses full steam here, Ethan.
Gotta keep making loans. Gotta keep the money flowing.
All right, you're the Fed. Whatever you guys say. 20 million more by morning.
But I don't get it. What's so wrong about the Fed printing money? Because it's unconstitutional, pal. Our Treasury is supposed to create our money, but now the Fed controls the printing of America's money. Nobody gets a friggin' dollar that the Fed didn't print. So, they print the money, then they loan it to the government, then they charge the government interest, and then the government taxes you to pay for it. Wake up, pal. God, I don't see what the big deal is. You know, you're right, pal. Wait a minute. Wait, I am? Yeah. I forget how effective they are at keeping you ignorant. Well, it's okay. Hey, I'm not ignorant. Do you even know what money is, pal? In the long, long ago, people bartered. They traded things they had for things they wanted. I'll trade you my raspberries for
kosher loans yeah, that's what they always say is where a yarmulke into the bank. But yeah, no. If you're Jewish, you get like free interest basically. 0 interest loans or like just inflation loans or whatever it is. So, yeah. They are not supposed to charge interest against their own. So.
for that there pot pie. I don't want your berries. Oh, wow, those sweet berries. They're not sweet, they're old, and I don't like berries. Give me that pot pie! No! As you can see, this bartering situation created some problems. Then one day, a goldsmith walked up and said, "Now, everybody thinks gold is valuable, so why doesn't everybody trade gold for things they need?" The price was set for gold, and now it was very easy to conduct commerce because people could trade gold for all the things they needed.
My funny tiny hat. That's right, dude.
Hey, stop them! That's my gold! Damn thieves! Say there, Pyle. I've got a vaulted some cards. I can keep your gold safe for you for a small fee. Yeah, sure, that'd be awesome. You see, Pyle, this is how the first bank made money. There you go, Pyle. I owe you 100 gold coins. Okay, great. Come back anytime and redeem your gold when you want it. It'll be right here in my vault. Now you're holding the very first paper money pile. Wow, this is great. It all makes sense. Oh, that's right. It was good. Everybody started using IOUs because everybody knew the IOU was as good as gold. Wow, this candy is really a good price. 1 IOU. I'm getting some more for later. Hey, wait a minute. It was just 1 IOU. 10 IOUs for chocolate? You can't just raise prices like that. Oh, the Candyman can. Oh, the Candyman can. Wait, that is just freaking wrong. It's called inflation, pal. It makes your IOUs worth less and less until they are worth nothing. Less bang for the buck. Dollar ain't what it used to be. But I worked hard and I baked all those pot pies. Now I have to work harder to make less? That's not fair. Oh, if you think that's not fair, you're gonna love the next part. What's he doing? How do banks make money, pal? By making more loans? Oh, that's right. He's good.
Yeah, most Jews are secular Jews, so most of them aren't even religious anymore at all.
See, he prints more IOUs without any more gold, loans them out for interest, makes a pretty penny, and nobody is the wiser. Unless everybody wanted their gold back at the same time. No, that's my gold. Not anymore. What are you talking about? I'd like to redeem my IOUs, please. Thank you very much. Hey! I want my gold back now! Thief! Gotta love the bank run, bringing people together. See, they all found out he was stealing, made a run on the bank, and demanded their gold, but as you can see, there ain't no gold to get. Herman, don't worry, pal. Back in these times, vengeance is yours. 3 things in this world you don't do. Never mess with another man's woman. Never mess with another man's ego. And most importantly, you never mess with another man's money. Else, the man will mess with you. My God, you hung him? Yes, pal. Oh, we hung him. We hung him high. And do you know why? Well, because he was a thief? Because, pal, an evil invention was born. Man discovered how to turn worthless paper into gold. Thus was invented the ultimate machine to steal real money and enslave all the nations on Earth. It's alive! Oh, now come on. You're just being dramatic. I mean, I lost my house, but what is that? Explain. A nuclear power plant? Mm-hmm. Produces lots of electricity and little pollution. An invention for the good of humanity. Okay, but what's this have to do with... 3, 2... Holy atomic energy. A discovery more powerful than anything man had yet conceived. It can be used for good or evil. Now, unlike Einstein, the goldsmith's discovery has been kept a closely guarded secret. It was never intended for you to see. This discovery is called fractional reserve banking. In the wrong hands, it's more powerful than the nuclear bomb in its ability to completely and utterly destroy a nation who is subjected to its perversion. No. It is time we stop this evil secret and the men behind it. You're being ridiculous, or America is destroyed forever. Believe it, Pat. No. I just want my dog back. Damn it. That's it. I give up. Let them live in chains. No, Hardman. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Thomas Jefferson? Mr. President, how do I get him to understand? As we did, son, remain vigilant. Too many have hidden the truth, and the light of our liberty dims with every passing day. Quickly, take my horse. Show him. Wait, show me what? Where are we going? Stallion of Liberty! Right on the hoary wind! Oh, where are we? Battle of Waterloo! Hold on, we gotta get through! The money machine! There it is! Hey, is that the same people? Rich banker men from Germany flying under the banner of the Red Sea. They finance both sides of the war. We must hurry! That's him, the Red Shield courier! Shoot him! No!
Alright, well, this is just not really good for me to watch on stream. I really don't have anything to add. This is like an independent viewing thing. I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing for me to add. It's like watching a movie. I'm not going to pause it every 3 seconds. I don't know. This is a independent viewing type thing. Oh my God, there it is. It's the guy, yeah. They started talking about the banks. No, the problem is I'm already tired, and there's not really anything to add to that. I don't know. It's like just watching a TV show. So you don't pause TV and like comment on it every fucking 5 seconds. At least I don't. But yeah, I mean, I already know all about the Federal Reserve and all that type of shit. Click on the Gooner short. No. No Gooner short. Here you guys go. Here's your e-girl of your dreams, everybody. I want to be in love. Dude, you can smell the comments from a mile away. Probably a different continent. You can smell all the Sir, I good husband make. Let me America come. Hold on, let's see if we'll just see if there's any SARS in the comments. This is definitely an Indian. In a world full of cheaters, lust, and fake / non-genuine people, I refuse to give up on love. This feels like OG YouTube videos. Love that. Let's see. Probably should do it by... I'm detecting a lack of SARS in here. Interesting. Unless they've gotten good at masking themselves. Oh, there we go. I'm 34 guy. Never experienced love. There we go. 34 guy. There's one. Thanks, YouTube. How old? There's another one. Get a car, woman. I may not be one. It's harder when you are in your 50s and never been in love and want to have children. You're not going to have kids in your 50s. What the fuck? Oh, look, the woman's upset. Don't get me wrong, I had the experience with a woman with blue dyed hair and they have no idea about love or anything like that. Don't assume that everyone will be the same. Yeah, nah. Blue hair is a massive red flag no matter what. So, also that's a red flag too. And that.
Okay, okay, this is gonna be an intimate video. I'm going to make eye contact.
And that. Yeah, there's too many red flags already.
And I'm gonna try to stay like verbally, like I'm gonna stay here because for some reason,
She's definitely covered in tattoos too. It's the only reason women wear that baggy ass clothes is to hide their fucking arms. Let's see. Does she have scribble tats? Maybe not.
hey, I have like a crazy headache.
Nope, right there.
Okay, and I just woke up from a nap. But I was like, let's talk. Because like I have things to talk about. I just
Oh my god. Ew. I don't want to look at her anymore. Disgust. I'm 32, unemployed, and not where I thought I would be. Well, you're right where you belong. You're right. You're right where you belong. See? What you've been looking for has been here the whole time. Just right behind you.
I'm 32 years old with absolutely no direction in life, and I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. And I want to talk about it because I
when you grow up, you're 32.
Miss old school YouTube where people were raw and vulnerable and really talked about their everyday problems and made everybody feel less alone and more human. So I want to contribute to that. So this is my way of contributing to all of you and the internet that there's real life stuff going on besides any of the fakeness that's on the internet that makes you feel like crap. I want you to be able to relate and feel seen and heard. I haven't posted.
Gee, I can't wait till I grow up, guys. I'm only 32 years old.
Here on the internet for a year. I was laid off from a really good paying job a year ago, and when I tell you that I was not ready to see how tough the job market was going to be, I was not ready, girl. I was not ready at all. I struggled to find a job for 6 months, and I would set aside some time every single day to apply for jobs in the morning, and then I would feel so tired and so defeated because I wouldn't get a reply. I feel like those jobs were probably made up. I would get ghosted. I only had a couple of interviews and then heard absolutely nothing. When I tell you this was the toughest job market ever. I was getting so desperate to find a job because although I was getting unemployment at the time, obviously it expires at the 6-month mark. And I'm like, it's unbelievable to me that I've been given 6 months and I still haven't got a job. One of those jobs that I had even applied to was down the street from my house. It was at Home. It's a home decor like superstore. I'm sure you've heard of it. I was so desperate to get any job that I started applying at a lot of retail jobs because I'm not too good to work anywhere, okay? I am not too good to work anywhere. I will apply anywhere. If I need the income, you need the income, and a job is a job, right? I applied, I did the interview, the manager really liked me, but he's like, your resume is so good. This is an entry-level position. You're basically overqualified, so I'm sorry. I came home, I felt like nobody saw my potential. Nobody wanted to work with me. I know what I have to give to anybody, really. I'm a very caring person. I'm hardworking, and I felt like nobody could see me. That's just what it felt like. So for 6 months I struggled, and then one of my neighbors ended up getting me a referral interview for her company that she worked for. It's a home building company. Just that foot in the door to get the interview was all I needed. They interviewed me for an hour. They were super, super sweet. That was probably the toughest interview I've had, but it was all good vibes. They liked me. They offered me the job. I did not know it was
all good vibes, bro. Wowie zowie. Tony Esquire with the 10 sub Griffin. I hope Trump and Hegseth are right because I spent all yesterday defending them. The Pentagon people I work with were upset over a successful Iran mission. Hate the POTUS that much. Oh, of course, dude. They're lifetime govies, so. Yup. The other thing is, too, is a lot of people who work at the Pentagon, you know, have a vested interest in prolonged conflicts because it equates to more money for the military-industrial complex, which then converts to a nice plush job for them when they retire out of the military. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that's Pentagon politics 101. That was one of my dad's least favorite things about working at the Pentagon. It's just how political everything is. Everything is politics inside the Pentagon. I bet her first walk at job was going to HR to complain about some man. Maybe.
Going to be a temp position. I still took it because I needed a job and I thought it would be a good opportunity, and it was. I loved the girls that I worked with. It was all a bunch of girls, and it was amazing. It was an amazing position. The only thing that sucked was the fact that it was temporary. It was really important for me to get health benefits and PTO and all of the things that you ask for when, you know, you're applying for a job. And it was really important for me to get a permanent position before even looking for other jobs. I know I didn't want to leave this, but before even looking, I talked to my manager and I told her, hey, as you know, this is really important for me. Is there something you can do? Is a company thinking about hiring me on permanently? She said at the time, you know, they weren't able to hire permanently, so they were just going to keep extending my temporary position. Based on business needs, they could bring me on, but they could also let me go at any time. I really wanted a permanent position. I ended up applying for this consulting firm. I was the assistant to the owner that owns the firm, and when I tell you that this was the toughest person I had ever had to work with, his personality was almost like childlike, but also bipolar, and he had absolutely no respect for his employees. I would pretty much get yelled at whenever he wanted. He would...
That's why you're an assistant.
Be happy, and then in the next minute or two he was angry, and then he would have an outburst, and then he was happy again, and then he was singing, and it was just a total mind F, okay? Never met anybody like him. I was trying to stick it out as long as possible because I'm like, well, I know I need the income, I want to save a little bit more money, and this could be a good opportunity. It got to the point where my mental health and physical health was being affected. I no longer had any desire in coming home and making dinner and enjoying my evening. I would come home, probably cry, probably eat, and then go to sleep. And this was the...
Oh my god. Remember, guys, this is what women fought for.
8 to 5 jobs, so sometimes I'd be in bed super early just because I was done. I was exhausted. So mentally, I was done. I didn't want to do the things I enjoyed anymore. And then my physical health started being affected too. My heart rate, so I wear an Apple Watch typically, and you know how you can track your heart rate? Well,
this is what women fought so hard for. To go to the wage cage every day and be treated like shit.
I would track it every day, and I kid you not, my heart rate was elevated at like 120, 125 for 8 hours straight. Mind you, I was sitting on my ass at the desk. There was no reason why my heart rate would be so elevated when I'm literally sitting down just like this. There was no way that my heart should be elevated like that. And you know how you can track on the fitness app or the health app on your iPhone what your heart rate is every single day? You could even track it by the hour. Well, it was elevated every day. And I'm like, I can't live like this. I'm just waiting to get yelled at. I'm waiting, like every single day was something new. And then when somebody else in the company totally disrespected me, that was it for me. I was like, you know what? Not only am I getting disrespected by him, somebody else also thinks it's okay to yell at me and fix problems by yelling at me and belittling me. I was like, no, this is not gonna work. I actually cried that day. I came home because I finished out my work shift because I didn't want to just quit on the spot without talking to my partner, and you know, just I'm trying to be responsible here. So I came home, I talked to my boyfriend, and I was like, you know what? Every single day I've been affected, my heart rate's affected, I'm getting disrespected, I just got disrespected by somebody else today. Nobody's ever spoken to me like this, the way I get spoken to here. I'm like, I can't do it anymore. Like, how are we at financially? You know, what's going on? And I had never quit a job before. I had never quit a job before without putting in a 2-week notice. And this was gonna be my first time, which was a little scary. And he's like, you know what? It's not worth it, babe. It's not worth for you to be feeling like this, for your health to be affected.
How my days at work are? Oh yeah, dude. When I close my laptop, I curl up on my bed in a ball and cry myself to sleep, and then wash my sorrows down with an entire bottle of sweet white wine as I watch my favorite murder porn documentary series. How did you know? No, I'm not stressed out by work. See, like, I don't get stressed out in general, but yeah, definitely not from work.
Did your mental health? He's like, I don't even know who you are anymore, you know? I quit my job. I'm unemployed.
Yeah, I have a real passion for true crime.
I know how hard the job market is.
Wow, you're so unique and special.
And it's not like I can get unemployment because obviously I quit my job. So we have some savings. I still have no direction. I thought about getting certifications to maybe get some new skills, to get a new job. I'm not opposed to anything and I'm not opposed to working anywhere, but I'm also...
You were stressing over going to a wedding? No, I didn't want to go to a wedding. I wasn't like hyperventilating like, oh my God, how am I gonna get there? Oh. No, I just didn't want to go.
So in a stage in my life where I'm trying to figure out what truly makes me happy and what I really want to do in life in order to bring me like that sense of fulfillment that I've been searching for. I always come back to YouTube. I really feel like I should go all in, but part of me kind of doesn't believe that I should. All my friends and family, they have seen my channel and they're like, you have so much potential, you need to stick to it, don't give up on yourself. And they just see so much more in me than I see in myself. I don't know where to go from here. I do want to post more on YouTube and then also continue to look for a job. If nothing,
I want to be an influencer
else, I know YouTube will help me document my life, possibly help others. And if nothing else, that is enough. For me, at least, that is enough. And if it does become...
How does this help others?
A part-time gig, that would be phenomenal. That would mean the world to me. We could be doing better in so many aspects of life, but I think that's part of life, is just trying to figure it out and being the best person that you can.
I'm like so important. Like, I got my college degree and I was like hired for like 3 months. I just have like so much to talk about. Like,
can be to this world. Being humble and being kind is all that truly matters, and loving yourself. Can't forget that.
Oh my God. All right, I'm done. I'm gonna start getting pissed. Actually pissed. I quit my engineering job. Oh God. For at AWS.
Well, I also wanted to just say that I was actually wanting to get on the call to let you know I'm putting in my 2-week notice. Okay. Yeah.
The typical Asian mid at a technology company.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I feel like I don't want to cry, but I was just like an emotional process right now. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'll send you the email about the leave. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Why is she crying?
Bye-bye. All right, so hello guys, and ta-da, I finally did it. I don't know if that's the right way to start this explanation.
She is not mid. Yes, she is.
Video, but I quit my...
Bro, have you never... Okay, maybe you all live in a different part of the country, but if you've ever been around the DC area, this is like literally what every single Asian chick looks like.
Job. The day you're watching this, June 16, that will be my last official day at Amazon. Honestly, the past couple of days, I've been really contemplating how I wanted to share the news with you guys because...
This is like the San Francisco and I guess like major East Coast city special.
This is such a big life update and it's a very personal life update, so I just don't know what to do. And please excuse Howl's zoomies. He's gonna be in and out of this room, disrupting me most likely, but if you're a cat owner, you'll understand. Anyway, I guess first off, I want to say that this was not a decision that I took lightly. It wasn't even a rage quitting moment, even though in the past I have wanted to rage quit several times before. This was really thought out and it took me months to make this decision. I even have this notebook right here where I wrote down the reasons why I want to quit and...
Oh my God. I like wrote it down in a notebook, so you know, like I actually thought about this. Like I put it on paper, not even on my notes app. I even used special colored pens to express the emotions I felt with each individual point in my bulleted list.
Where I am in my life, and basically, it was my way of justifying to myself that it's okay to quit. So in this video, I'm going to explain my decision as well as possible and just talk to you guys as if I was talking to my friends about this. So let's begin. So it's been 5 years at the company and that is a long time. I never expected myself to be here for 5 years.
5 years? That is not a long time. Oh my God. Oh, most people have another 35. You're not, oh my God, dude.
But
I like literally was working for 5 years, guys. That's like such a long time. Oh my God.
Time just flew by really quickly. I feel like at every pivotal moment in my career here at Amazon, I always justified a reason to stay. This year, I didn't have a justification to stay, so that's why I decided to leave. If you guys been following me for a while, you know that I'm very open and transparent about my experience working in big tech as a software engineer. I've openly talked about my cycles of burnout, work anxiety, mental health, and all the good and bad things about working in tech.
Every woman has mental health problems nowadays, bro. It's crazy. I guarantee you she's on like some sort of, you know, medication that changes her brain chemistry. It's just insanity, bro. I think it's like 60% of women now take some sort of like antipsychotic drug or something. Like, it's an insane stat.
And if you know, recently, in the beginning of 2025, I took a mental health leave from Amazon. After that, I was forced to kind of analyze my
Remember, this is what they fought for, guys.
Current situation at Amazon in terms of career progression, compensation, and overall reward. And to be honest, I couldn't see any reason why I should stay at Amazon given those three. The main reason.
Wait, what did that say?
Stay at Amazon given those three.
There's a lot more I can say about this, but to say it shortly, I prioritize my own happiness and mental health above all. And this will be the exact excuse she uses when she gets divorced at some point. It's a disease, bro.
The main reason why I'm leaving is because I've been really unhappy these days with work, and it's just been taking a mental toll on me. At the end of the day, I think that I am not aligned with the work culture here at Amazon. In addition to that, I just felt like I was a bird stuck in a cage. That's the best way I could describe it, but every day I just felt like I was caged in. And I think once I started having that thought...
Yeah, it's work. They're paying you for your time. Of course you're caged in.
I really forced myself to reflect and think about, okay, yeah, I should definitely leave. When I said that I felt like a bird stuck in a cage, what I mean is, for most of my 20s, I think for all of my 20s, I only did things because I feel like I should have been doing that, and it's the right path to go on. And if you grew up in a college and get a good job, and that's what I did. It wasn't like my parents forced me to get into this field and like become a software engineer. It was my decision, but it was definitely something that I knew that I should do. Like, I should get a high-paying job, I should have a good career, and I should go into corporate. But I think, especially the past couple years, deep down, I really knew that that's not what I wanted forever. I guess for the longest time, I felt like I was trying to fit into this mold that I created for myself of what a successful individual would look like. And I think, especially the past year, it was harder for me to mentally fit into that mold, to stay in my corporate 9 to 5 and to just fit that character.
Being a child of immigrant parents is complex. I couldn't find the best way to articulate myself, but TLDR, I felt like I was living the life that was unspoken but expected. I followed the rules and blueprint. Oh no, but you're just so special. You're so special. The world should have to accommodate you. Oh, absolutely. It's crazy, bro.
So with all that said, I recently turned 28, and that means I only have 2 more years left in my 20s, and I spent most of my 20s in corporate at Amazon, and I don't know why, but it feels like, I know I learned so much, and I'm really grateful for my experience here, but it just felt like I spent so much of my 20s doing something that I should be doing instead of doing what I truly want. And at the end of the day, I want to try pursuing something for myself instead of doing what I should be doing. I feel like I never gave myself the luxury to do that. And now...
I'm Asian and I had 3 choices: be a lawyer, a doctor, or get beat. Does it still hurt? I'm
finally having the courage to say goodbye to that life and just do something for myself. I'm getting really emotional because it's very personal for me, but...
Fulva Nugget with a 2. This will be Griffin when he leaves YouTube for good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wrote it down in my journal.
In my early 20s, entering big tech and becoming a software engineer and working in this field was one of my biggest dreams. And it was like that dream life that I really wanted to manifest and live. I'm very thankful and grateful that I've had that opportunity to experience this life, but people change and our values change and we just evolve over time. I truly just want to start pursuing my dreams and building out my dream life and seeing where it goes, because I feel like I need to take the risk now, and it's better to do it now than later, especially since I'm still in my 20s and I don't have, I mean, the only dependent I have is my cat Howl. So I want to really try to focus on building my dream life, whatever it may look like. I did attempt to do some job hunting, but after the initial few phases, I just like lost interest, and I'm someone that's very determined. So if I really wanted to, I would have done all that leak code grind, gone through the hustle, and grinded out to find another job at a different company. But after the initial phases, I just lost interest and I wasn't even trying, to be frank. And I think it's because deep down I knew that after I leave Amazon, I didn't want to go to another company and go to a different place. I think finding a new job and having that change wouldn't have given me any sort of fulfillment, which is why I just didn't even really try to achieve that. If there's one thing that I learned from my time at Amazon is the idea of a two-way door decision. That said, Amazon will always be there, big tech will always be there, but my 20s won't, and the ambition or the dreams that I have at this time will not always be there, or it might not always be reachable. So
no, big tech will not always be there, because you're going to be outdated when you're ready to go back. Big tech is a young person's game. You don't go to big tech in your 30s or 40s or whatever. You go right out of college, you grind it out, then you get out and pivot into something else. They're not going to take you back later.
I'm taking the risk to leave and just pursue something for myself. And that's the beauty of a two-way door decision. Tech will always be there. So if I decide to go back into the tech industry and just have a normal corporate life, that's always an option. I'm not leaving it forever. It's not like I can never go back to that life, but...
Dude, this is the... Like, at first I was an engineering student, so I know about this shit. Engineering is tough because you have a shelf life. Because engineering is constantly changing, especially software engineering. Software engineering is constantly changing. You have to stay up to date. The most relevant you are is when you're fresh out of school, because it means you're up to date on all the newest shit that's coming through the pipeline, versus the 40-something-year-old software engineer who's not familiar with all the new systems, new programming languages, whatever it might be. So you're actually more valuable to companies right out of school because you have a fresh skill set, you have a new way of looking at things, and on top of that, you're cheaper than someone who's a 30 to 40-year-old because you haven't been in the workforce as long. So, yeah, it's not... You don't pivot out of big tech to come back to big tech. You go into big tech to grind it out for as long as you can possibly stand, make as much money as humanly possible, then you go to a smaller, more boutique-type company and use what you've learned at those bigger companies in order to apply it and then make the really big money by specializing. Flevel Nugget with the 2. She needs to get laid. As Paul then so would say. Yeah, exactly.
I know that at this moment in my life,
she should call Raymond.
Just dropping everything and pursuing something for myself, I think that option will never be there without a lot of risks. And right now I have the lowest risk possible to go do something for myself. So that is why I'm leaving as well. So for the past 3 years, I believe, I've been creating YouTube videos and just trying to show you guys a very realistic and transparent glimpse of my life in my 20s as I navigate not only my personal but also my professional life. And I found that very fulfilling. It just became such a big part of my life because I originally started this channel to showcase my perspective of what it's like being a tech girly and give you guys a new view of what it's like and just inspire other people to join this field.
Oh god, wait, hold on. How old is this? 9 days? Let's see. What is her content? Oh, man. Her whole content calendar is about work. Oh, dude. Woman moment. Holy shit, man. Yes, I'm going to quit my job to focus on my YouTube channel that is entirely based upon me. Wait for it. Having a job. Bruh. Oh my god. Oh, dude.
Field and
you really just can't make this shit up.
It's kind of bittersweet that I'm leaving big tech, but I guess I just want to say that I'll still be the same me, just a different version with a different title, and it'll be a very big change for sure, especially for me. I'm not going to be employed for the first time ever, but yeah. I don't think people are meant to do one thing for the rest of their lives. I've had the opportunity to...
Why? What's wrong with See, this is such a stupid... And this is a whole philosophical debate. Is there's too many options in life, so no one ever feels truly fulfilled. Like, do you know what people used to do? They were born into a family of, like, blacksmiths or farmers, or they had, like, a cotton mill, or whatever it might be. They raised livestock, and that's what they did for their entire life. You know, there was artisans. You had people that specialized in, like, you know, metalworking and, you know, just little things like that. And they spent their entire life doing that shit, and they became, like, the best possible at it. There is nothing wrong with doing the same thing for the rest of your life. You don't need to constantly swap up what it is you're doing. So, that is a modern concept that has no basis in any sort of fulfillment whatsoever. If anything, it actually decreases your fulfillment. Because when you pick something and stick with it and get very, very good at it, that's when you really start to feel satisfied in life.
To meet so many different and amazing people in the past year alone, and they've worn so many different hats and had so many different professions throughout their lives. And that's just another reminder that just because you start off your career doing one thing doesn't mean you're stuck with that forever. And I definitely had that reality check. I think to truly just grow, it's also really important to kind of explore different avenues. So
yeah, your last name, family name was often based on your family's craft. Yep. This is modern, you know, slob mentality. I don't know.
This is my little growth period. I'm very excited, but at the same time I am anxious. But more so I'm excited, which is a good sign.
Am I good at gaming? I used to be.
This video might seem like it's all over the place, and honestly it's because my mind is all over the
Then people should work as a cashier for the rest. No. Okay. What skill set does working a cashier job have? Stop. That is disingenuous as fuck. A cashier is not remotely comparable to a software engineer. A software engineer is someone who creates something. Someone who develops a skill set, an expertise, can, you know, use their creativity or whatever. Working a cashier is not the same thing. You're not mastering a craft working a cash register.
the place too. But at the end of the day, I'm really excited for my new journey, and I'm excited to show you guys what it's like after you leave big tech and try to pursue something on your own. I just want to say thank you guys for being here, and what you'll expect from me is just definitely more content and different type of content now that I'm not working in big tech anymore. And please subscribe, please follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, and TikTok. I've been posting a lot more on that. I think I'm going to start a Substack to just brain dump a lot of my thoughts that I can't really...
Oh god, a Substack. Alright.
...articulate through just speaking to the camera.
Goodbye. Yeah, most of the corporate chicks are like this, unfortunately. Most of the corporate chicks are like this. I just like, I thought I wanted a job, but now I don't. Laid off from my 6-figure tech job. Uh-oh, a month ago. It's a sign of the times, man. Here's why I'm not. Because you're Indian. Let's see. Dream jobs are a scam. Oh my god, bro. I'm 29 and I wasted my 20s. I didn't whore myself out. Let's see.
I'm 29, and in a few months, I will be 30. When I look back at my 20s, I think I've had some great experiences. I had good times, and I went on so many adventures. But if I'm being honest, I also spent a lot of time worrying and trying to check off boxes, seeing my life as like one big to-do list. When I was a teenager, I thought that in my 20s, I have to check off milestones, like be in a relationship, get married, buy a house, have kids, and have everything figured out.
You should, in a ideal world.
Well, now coming from a woman who's turning 30 soon, I'm not in a relationship, I'm not married, I don't have a house, I don't have kids. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to have kids. I still feel like a kid myself, and...
Oh my god. There's the problem. I'm not ready to settle down yet. You know, I'm looking for the perfect person. Oh, that's just so perfectly weird with me. Yeah. It's the Peter Pan syndrome.
I'm still trying to figure things out, just like I did back when I was 20. You know, years ago, I had this idea of what my life would look like. There was a path I thought I would follow, but then unexpected things happened, and I realized that nothing is certain. And from one day to another...
She got guys, unexpected things happened. She got acne.
Everything can change.
COVID-19, the disease that defined our lives in 2020. Chancellor Merkel announced the plan after talks with state leaders continued well into the night.
What happens when a virus hits the world, when everything turns upside down, and when you feel like locked away, not just physically, but also mentally, right in the middle of your 20s, when you have big dreams, plans...
Bro, what the fuck is this cringe?
And all these expectations. Well, it's hard. And during that time, I felt like I'm losing control. But being locked away also gave me space, a lot of space to think about my life and to reflect on it. And I realized that there is no timeline for anything. And there is also no right path to follow. COVID showed me that we can't control everything and that life is unpredictable. We have to let go of this idea that we have to have everything figured out by a certain age. It's just not possible. And you know what? That is okay. For most of my 20s, I thought that if I just looked a certain way...
She needs to embrace tradition. And by that, I mean, obviously.
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler?
In case you didn't pick up on it, she's in Germany. So all I can say is when a certain painter was in charge, this wouldn't have been a problem.
Way, if I had the perfect body, flawless skin, beautiful long hair, I would finally feel beautiful. But the truth is, I almost never felt beautiful, even when I achieved everything I thought I wanted. I've wasted so much time chasing someone else's idea of beauty, and I was constantly comparing myself and my appearance to unrealistic standards. Trying so hard to look like someone else and trying to change, it made me forget who I am and how beautiful I am in my own unique way. Every single time, when I open this app, when I open Instagram, and when I see those pretty pictures, those beautiful bodies, those flawless women, I feel bad. And I feel ugly. I feel like I'm not beautiful because I don't look like those women. And it's so weird because I already know before opening the app, I already know if I end up scrolling here now that I feel bad about myself. So why am I still doing it? And why am I comparing myself or my body to someone from the other side of the world, like a person that I don't even know? And deep inside, I know they might have photoshopped their photos or they...
Because you have social media addiction.
Make this photo in the perfect light, in the perfect moment. So what is wrong with me that I keep doing that and that I keep comparing myself to that? I don't know. But I think it's just important to keep reminding ourselves that, first of all, this is not real. What we see on this phone, on the screen, most of the time, it's not real. And then I also want to remind myself...
Really?
...that beauty or feeling beautiful, we always think in terms of beauty, it's just the way we look. But when was the last time I felt truly beautiful? I'm just thinking right now, and there was a really special moment a couple of days ago when I felt really, really beautiful. And it was during a really nice, honest, real and unfiltered conversation. Like, I looked someone into the eyes, and he looked into my eyes, and we just...
Dude, a guy would date this... Oh, yeah, exactly. Most guys would date her.
Talked, but really honest and really raw, and I was just myself, and I think he was himself as well, and it was so beautiful, and I felt beautiful because I could be myself, and I felt so safe and so beautiful in that special moment. Or just being surrounded by the right people where I can truly be myself. That's when I feel beautiful.
Her not being in a relationship is 100% on her. Like, there is nothing, like, ugly about her. Like, yeah, she's not the most attractive woman on earth, but, bro, most guys would easily want to go out with her. That's not even, like, up for debate, I feel like.
Truly beautiful. Let's talk about FOMO. Wow, everyone is so beautiful, and everyone has the best time of their lives, always, except me. Too many times I compared my body to others, but not just my body, but also my whole entire life. It's your 20s, so we should go out, we should party, we should go on adventures and travel the world, always, right? Well, my reality was just so different. I mean, yes, there had been adventures, there had been parties and exciting things, but more often, I had days when I had been home, alone, doing absolutely nothing. And it was in those moments or on those days when I felt like I'm a loser and I was missing out. Too many times, I was comparing my behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel. And the truth is, I wasn't missing out. I was just living life differently, in my own way and at my own pace. Something that really helped me, especially when I felt really insecure, when I struggled with self-doubt, when I simply just felt not good enough, was talking to someone, talking to friends, talking to my parents. When I felt like they don't really understand my problem or they can't really help me, then I talk to a therapist, and I highly, highly recommend that. Like in your 20s, if you struggle with something, go to therapy. It's okay, and it doesn't...
She's definitely not up there. No, she's definitely more attractive than the Asian chick. By far.
that you're crazy. Not at all. It's just you're growing as a person by talking to someone about your feelings or about things that happened in the past. I've realized that everyone has some sort of childhood trauma or some form of inner child work to do. And the sooner you start, the better, I think. So there's absolutely nothing wrong by talking to a therapist, and highly recommend it. To me, it really helped me to find more peace within myself and with a lot of thoughts that are going on in my head. Also, something I felt and thought very often was that no matter what I do or no matter how much I do or who I am, it's just not enough. In all areas of life, from my career goals to my fitness goals.
Nah, bro. I'm just gonna say this right now. There is almost no instance, weight being equal, that an Asian chick is outclassing a white chick. I'm sorry. Like, no.
I constantly felt like I have to have or I have to do more. I think there's nothing wrong with always setting new goals and constantly trying to grow as a person, but I wish I would have enjoyed this whole process a tiny little bit more and be more present and be proud of myself at one point. Because no matter what I achieved, I never took the time to be proud of it. And instead I kept running and I kept chasing and I always kept thinking of what's next.
She's mid-tier? It doesn't matter. The Asian chick we saw was a mid as well. So a white mid is still better than an Asian mid. The Asian mid's an 8 out of 10. Yeah, right. Come on, bro.
My advice for people in their 20s. First of all, yes, there are so many things I did in my 20s that I regret, but at the same time, I don't. Like, all these things and all these mistakes that I made, they made me wiser. They made me learn something, and they made me reflect about my life and about...
Alright, I'm bored. There he is. I'm 32 if you're in your 20s. Watch the... Oh, God. Dude. Do you think any one of these, never mind. Bro, imagine if one of these chicks actually had the balls to title their, video, "I'm an empty carton and no one wants to date me." They'd probably get a lot of views. Man of the hour. Yeah, this is what the clip I pulled up earlier from this stream of him losing his shit over the comment. Is that the woman version of the... I'm guessing so. Is the, you know, I'm in my 30s and single. 30 and single probably is the black pill for women. That might actually be the case. Here, let's see.
What I thought my 20s would look like was completely different from what actually happened. That decade was the most transformative phase of my life, and honestly, I made...
Let's see your fingers.
A lot of mistakes, big ones. And so in this video, I wanted to share what they were, what I learned from those mistakes, and hopefully it can save you from making the same ones. The first mistake I made was using money as a yardstick rather than as a tool. The idea is that there are really two ways you can use money, either as a tool...
Yep, unmarried.
...to live a better life, or as a yardstick.
Had a feeling.
To measure your success against others. For most of my 20s, I used money as a yardstick. I spent a big chunk of my paycheck on things like a nice car, expensive outfits, and other things that were loud and performative. I was making 6 figures at the time, working in banking, buying all these things that were really nice, but I felt empty inside, like I was living on autopilot and trapped in a cycle of just living for the next paycheck or the next material possession. And it wasn't until I hit rock bottom that I realized I needed to change something. And that something started with how I thought about and used money. I knew that if I wanted to walk away from...
Bored. "26, overweight, no degree, single, part-time job. Am I Oh my god. Bro, this thought... Bro, did she actually think, like, yeah, this is a great thumbnail. It makes me look so good. Like, it almost tries to capture the essence of... Hold on. Ironically. It's almost like it's trying to replicate that. What do you guys think? Which one you picking? This or that? Oh shit, where did it go? Oh, there we go. Which one y'all going with? Are we watching Brit? Yeah. Guess so. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. I'd watch Eve talk about her mental health. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Definitely.
I can't afford this shit!
I got laid off again. The full story of my divorce. He was a narcissist and he would gaslight me and he totally just would never validate me as an individual and treated me like an object in his own twisted, psychotic, and just emotionless way. What happens after you delete social media? Bitch, you're uploading a YouTube video. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It really fucking pisses me off, dude. I deleted my social media. Here, watch my new YouTube video. You're on social media, you dumb fucking bitch. Oh my god. Holy fuck. They don't understand. They don't. No critical thinking. Here's my social media post about how much I don't like social media. Dude, we're like on fucking women's YouTube right now. Give me 7 minutes and I'll delete your fear of failure. I don't need 7 minutes. I can knock it out in 2. Oh my god, guys, why crushes are a waste of time. Wow. Give me 6 minutes. Dude, what is this fucking dog shit trend? Yeah, this is definitely women's fucking YouTube. I don't see anything that's jumping out at me. How is your screen time not over 2 hours? Like, bro, there's no way you can get through the day with only using your phone for 2 hours. I refuse to believe that anyone is using their phone for less than 2 hours in the modern world. Like, come on, bro. You do everything on your phone now. Banking, food, paying for shit, checking your email, texting, calling, entertainment, news, work, photos. Like, you don't use almost anything else as much as your phone, because your phone does everything. Yeah, 2-factor authentication, social media, yeah, alarm clocks. There's no fucking way you only have 2 hours of screen time a day. Yeah, music as well. Yeah, well, I said entertainment, but yeah, sure. You can go with that. Bro, smartphones were extremely addicting back in the day. But that could also be I would say I was more addicted to my phone back in the day than I am now. Like, I leave my phone sitting in a different room all the fucking time, and I don't even remember that I'm, like, missing it until, like, an hour or two later. But back in the day, man, when I first got my iPhone, when I was, like, 13, I used to use that thing constantly. Like, every single day. Like, I was playing as many mobile games as I could fit on that phone. Like, I had Infinity Blade, Angry Birds, like, all sorts of stuff. I don't even remember most of the games I had, but... Oh, Temple Run, I used to play that a lot. But, yeah, that's when I got my first phone, which was the iPhone 4. Great phone, by the way. Don't tell your doctor you're depressed, because you're not. Life is a video game. Here are the cheat codes. Just be bored. AKA don't spend money. That's all that means. Look at all these abandoned broads, yeah. I'm a teen. Yeah, dude, back in my day, you used to have to buy every one of your games, and it was nice because there was no ads. You bought the game, no microtransactions, no ads, nothing. It was just a complete game on your phone. It was wonderful. It was nice. I didn't mind. Like, I used to buy iTunes gift cards like a motherfucker, bro. I'd burn through $50, like, in no time at all, buying a bunch of random mobile games. Like, another one I played, Nova, if you guys know that one. That was another $7 game. Nova 1 and 2 I played. And then also the Asphalt games, I played those. I had a Need for Speed game. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies I didn't play personally, but I know a bunch of people had that. Bro, what was that one game? It was like... Shit. It was like Trials Fusion on 360, or Trials HD on 360. It was similar to that. I forgot what it was called. But it was like balancing the bike. And you used to race against your friends through Facebook. I used to play that with my cousin all the time. All these women chose this over having kids and a family. I could have saved them. That's the thing, bro. It's like, look how unhappy all of them turn out to be. How many videos do we see? Oh, I don't know what I want from life. It's like, yeah. Because you're following an unnatural, like, course. The natural course for human beings is to mature, come of age, get married, start a family. The wife stays at home, takes care of the kids. The guy goes out and makes the money and does the unpleasant shit, grinds it out. And, you know, that's how it was for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Not hundreds, not dozens. Thousands of years. And all of a sudden we decided that thousands of years of precedent was bad. Because, you know, the Industrial Revolution and shit. So there's a reason why things were as they were for so long. Do this weekly and never apply for a job again. Escorting. It's visible that you watch porn. What the fuck? I don't... Yeah, that is absolute bullshit. It's visible that you watch porn. Okay. Yeah. It's not your fault. Let's see this.
It's not your fault that you are behind in life. Some people go through traumatic situations, and it affects their mental ability and capacity to perform.
This sounds like cope.
Standard things to perform on the job. And some people don't understand that others were dealt a different hand of cards. So that's what I want to talk about. When I was about 11 years old, I was going into 6th grade in middle school, so 11 or 12. My dad gave me a pair of rollerblades. They were blue and neon. You know, I was a 90s kid, late 90s.
No way.
And I loved those rollerblades. I was afraid he was going to take them back, so I hid them in the garage. He came to me that evening and said, "Where are your rollerblades?" He was very angry. In my mind, I could not remember at all that I hid them. It was like my brain was mush. He said again, "Where are the rollerblades? Where did you put them?"
And then he beat the shit out of you.
I began to cry. I don't know. I don't know where they're at. And he said, "Did you take them to the dumpster? Did you throw them away?" So he took me to the dumpster. He made me climb in and look around. And I was distraught. I couldn't find them. And he got angry and took his fist and knocked my face to the ground. You see, that's the environment I grew up in. A dysfunctional environment. I didn't realize it at the time, but I had PTSD as a child. And that would go into my teenage years and my young man adulthood, and it would affect me. And specifically in my learning.
Obviously, he had done it before.
I couldn't grasp concepts. I wanted to so bad. And I thought, maybe I'm just not smart enough. Maybe I'm dumb. And as I mentioned before, you know, I always had in the back of my mind, you know, when Facebook came out and MySpace, that, you know, I could design something. I could be a software engineer one day. You know, kind of a dream. And, but because of what I went through, it wasn't just doubt that I doubted myself. It was that in my brain, my mental capacity, I didn't have it because of the traumatic situation I grew up in. And I won't get into my full backstory, but at least not right now, but it was dysfunctional, abuse, manipulation, control, you know, to the fullest extent. And there's something called the results pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid, it talks about you have an experience. That experience you have leads to a belief. You create a belief inside you. That leads to an action, which creates a result. And so I'll never forget, I remembered the next day, oh yeah, I put them in the garage, but it just couldn't come to me at the time. But the next day it came to me, and I went to my dad.
Sounds like your dad knocked some sense into you.
And I said, I remember they're in the garage. And I'll never forget, he said, "Well, you deserved it anyway." And that really created an experience in my heart, in my mind. And what that did was, the experience was that was knocked down to the ground. Bottom fist, just knocked down. And that created a belief in me that people are not kind.
That's accurate.
And the action was, I'm going to work out, become strong and big, so nobody can ever hit me or knock me down again. And the result was, I did it. I became big and strong. I worked out every day to where I got bigger than my dad. So you might have your own...
And then I kicked his fucking ass.
...situation in life. And you can look at that results pyramid and see what situations you've gone through and how it's affected you. And the thing is, you see, I even bit my nails. I bit them to where they bled. And I thought that was normal because that's what I grew up in, you know, fear. And when I got into college, I got some counseling. And the counselor told me that when we go through traumatic situations, in our mind, there's pathways that begin to form. So they'll begin to form a road. And things in life can trigger that memory or road. And we'll begin to go down that same road, that pathway in our mind. When I was 18, after growing up in that environment, I finally said I had enough. At my church, in our youth group, I would do praise and worship and sing and play the guitar, and we had a talented drummer. And so the college I wanted to go to in Texas, they had a fine arts competition,
a mega
songwriting
church
competition. And so I entered it. I said, I'm going to win this thing, and I'm going to leave my hometown and get out of the situation. That was the first step. And I did it. We performed. I got a scholarship, kind of like a half ride. I went to a couple different colleges after, but that first college I went to, I got about a half ride scholarship. So I was able to leave that situation. And I'll never forget, on the call right before Thanksgiving break, my dad said, "You will come home." And I was terrified on the phone. I said, "No, I feel like I'm supposed to stay here at the college over the break." And he said, "No, you will come home or I'll cut off everything, all the finances." And he wasn't paying for that much. He was like paying for food and stuff. And I'll never forget this. I said, "I can't. I feel like I'm supposed to stay here." And he said, "We will see how long your faith will last." And it wasn't like a, "Hey man, I'm rooting for you." It was malicious. It was like, "We will see how long you last until you die." That's what it was. And I'll tell you something, my faith has lasted. And I'm proud of that. But the main point of this conversation is you can go through traumatic situations and they can affect your mental...
Yeah, dude has a movie villain for a dad.
...capacity to where I wanted to learn to become a software engineer and learn everything possible. And even in school, my grades began to fail. And I just wasn't an A student or even a B student. I made D's and C's. In college, I think I had a 2.7, and I finally graduated, studied real hard, and got it up to 3.1 GPA. But it affected my mental capacity. And I want you to understand something very important. There might be people out there, software engineers or any field, and person A might have had a traumatic experience. And they're using all of their brain power, 110%, or effort, you know, to solve a problem. And it takes everything they have to solve that problem because of what they went through. But person B, say they grew up in a great family, a nice home, they were loved and cared for, you know, they can solve that problem like that, like it's nothing. You see, everybody's dealt a different deck of cards, and we can change those cards. When the counselor talked about how...
Alright, this is boring. I'm already bored. You can change what life is good. Yeah, whatever. Don't waste. Oh, look, another hag. Let's see.
What if I told you that the thing that you're desperately chasing, the perfect body, fame, success, more money, isn't actually what you want? I have spent...
It's the same story every single time.
30 years figuring this out, and I'm going to save you decades of time, frustration, and suffering in the next 10 minutes. We all do this. We all tell ourselves, I'll be happy when. I'll be happy when I lose weight. I'll be happy when I get promotion. I'll be happy when I have a partner. I'll finally be respected when I'm successful. But here's the truth I wish I had have known earlier. Hi, I'm Maggie. Welcome to my channel. So this is embarrassing to admit, but I used to want to be famous. Like I really wanted it. Ever since I was 12 and I had my first role in the school play. I got attention, I got accolades, and I thought, this is pretty good. I want this. And like many, many actors, it came from a deep place of unworthiness. You know, like a...
Yeah, it's the same song and dance over and over and over again. Oh, this movie was funny. It's actually pretty good. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a psycho chef or some shit. I don't remember what it is. But it was a pretty good movie. I don't remember what it was called, though. Oh, yeah, The Menu. Yeah, that's what it was. It was pretty good. I watched it, like, I want to say, like, 8 months ago, maybe? I don't know. A while back. But it started on my autoplay on one of the streaming apps. Seem to like the culinary arts. Why didn't you become a chef? Because I wanted to make money. Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey man, I'm getting the iPhone 16 Pro today, and I'm trading in my current phone, the iPhone 11. Oh, that'll be a nice upgrade, dude. Congrats. That'll be a very nice upgrade. What chefs make 1K a day? No, they don't. PK, what are you smoking that you think a chef makes $1,000 a day? You got to be smoking some strong ass herb, dude. Chefs make like $50,000 a year. They don't make a lot of money. Here, let's look it up. Average pay for... We'll do fine dining chef. Let's see... Average salary for a fine dining chef in Virginia is around $51,000 with an hourly wage of approximately $24. However, salaries can range from $35,000 to $82,000 depending on experience, location, and specific restaurant. So like $80,000 is your peak. Private contractors? Are you talking about like a event chef? I mean, yeah, but you're not doing an event every day. So you have to average it out. You may only do 2 events a week. Gordon Ramsay doesn't make his money from being a chef. He makes his money for being on TV. So. Personal chefs don't actually make a lot of money. Believe it or not, they're actually pretty cheap. $50K, you can get a personal chef. It's very affordable to get like a driver, a personal chef, and all that type of stuff. A lot of people think it's super expensive, but if you make $300K a year, you can easily hire a personal chef. Oh my god, I remember this video. This dude was a meme for a while. Oh my god, yeah. I'm homeless and this girl didn't want to fuck me. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember that. Why was he... Just listen to him for a second.
Hi, everyone. I've got no idea if you can hear me or not because I haven't recorded a video in a very long time. But I'm Mr. Baby Guitarist. Of course, you already know that. There's the only people...
And he like talks about how he wanted to kill himself, and I think this is like.
And one of these girls whose phone numbers I did get, I saw her again for a second time, and I didn't know she was going to be there. And you know, all I did was I walked up to her and said, "Hey, good to see you again. I hope you have a good day. Bye bye." You know, as simple as that. And yet, that one sentence alone got me kicked out of a bar. Fucking people these days, right? All I did, that is all I said. And then she goes to the bouncer and says something to him, and then bouncer comes up to me, says, you need to get the fuck out of here right now. And then I said, what did I do? And then I said, you're harassing her. Harassing her for saying fucking hello? Hope you, good to see you again. Hope you have a nice day. See, this happened in 2019, and yet the fact that I can still recall it vividly in my brain tells you a lot about how much of a fucked up brain I have. But anyways, that really stood out to me. Oh,
let's see if I can find the part about him killing himself.
At the time, she was quickly turning into a best friend, and she told me that she said I love you to her boyfriend, and at the time he didn't say it back. And so she was contemplating questioning her relationship with him, and me, like the fucking idiot that I am, told her I liked her. And then she said that classic fucking line that every fucking character that looks like me goes through in a goddamn movie. She said, I love you, but not like that. And,
yeah, you're like the pet.
That fucking broke me. It really did. Because here I was, thinking everything was you know, and, you know, I should have kept that to my fucking self, never should have fucking told her, but she said, I could already tell that you liked me, I was just wondering when would you tell me and all that stuff, and, you know, and I was telling her, you know, I've never had a girlfriend before, I don't know how to deal with these fucking feelings, you know? And then after that she said that, you know, we're just gonna continue to be friends, and I said, okay. And here's the thing, I was fine with that. I was perfectly fine with that, you know? And then she said, I'm going to, you know, she says, if him and me break up, you know, I'm not going to let him be the reason to stop us from being friends. So, anyways, life went on, and then what the fuck, oh God, I'm such a fucking idiot, I should have turned that light on from the very beginning. Anyways, so life went on, and, you know, things were continued as normal, continued to hang out, until one day, I picked her up from her job, and then I took her to, and then I took her back to where she lived with her boyfriend, and I swear to God, not even 5 fucking minutes after I dropped her off, I get this long, gigantic fucking novel of a text message from her that says,
yeah, this is a Redditor. Hold on, maybe this part.
I make a goddamn video. You're only seeing me when I'm fucking emotional or when I'm depressed. Because I'm not like this all the goddamn time, but it's like I told myself I can't concentrate on fucking YouTube because my life is such a fucking mess. I cannot spend time or energy doing that because my credit is so fucking bad. It's in the goddamn 400s, and that means I have to pay $1,000 a month for this fucking 2014 Chevy Cruze. It's not even worth anywhere near this much fucking money. So I'm so preoccupied with doing all of this shit that I can't go back to my old life. You know, back where I used to live, because I live in such a tiny fucking house. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to not be homeless anymore, but I just get so fucking sick of this. It's like on Squidward in that episode Squidville on SpongeBob, where, you know, he moves to a town, everything's perfect, and then he gets sick of doing the same shit over and over again. I'm sick of doing the same shit over and over again. Because all I do is I drive for Uber for, you know, all fucking like 8 or 10 hours minimum, 200 miles minimum every single goddamn day. Then I pick up my 70-year-old aunt at her job, you know, because we're so fucking broke. Even though she's going to be 71 years old soon, she still has to fucking work because of all the bullshit that happened in my life that made me homeless, that was out of my goddamn control. And I think that's the whole root cause of it, is fucking major depressive disorder, and these thoughts, they keep running in my head over and over again, and I can't do anything about it, because I got fucking no one that, you know, I've got motivation, but that's the thing, is that sometimes, like, right when it's stuck here, it's stuck in my brain, I'm in between passengers, I just have to press the go offline button on Uber and start recording all my thoughts here to this camera, to this audience, because it makes me feel like I'm gonna fucking explode if I don't get all this shit that's stuck in here, and I just let it all out into a fucking camera. And, you know, and I'm fucking sorry if this video depresses the shit out of you, but hey, welcome.
Yeah, he is a future Raymond.
To my fucking world. I don't even know what the title of this fucking video is going to be, but I went through a whole gamut of everything. Talked about how I hate that I can't get a girlfriend, and then ended up talking about how the closest person I've met that could have been my girlfriend, I ended up, you know, attempting to take my own life for. See, it's all still right there. There's 2 lines. Right fucking there. And, you know, it's a reminder. You know, seeing those scars on my arm, it's a reminder to never do something that fucking stupid ever again, but at the time I couldn't help it because I was so fucking sad I didn't know what else to do. So
why did he cut himself from the top? Never mind.
If you've been wondering how come I don't make videos all the time, that's a little bit more information about how fucked up my brain is. So I don't know what to call this video. I'll come up with some kind of title, but right now I can't think of one. Now my aunt's gonna wonder how come I haven't picked her up yet. But anyways.
Let's see what he's doing today. Kobe 11 Sunset. Oh god. He collects Kobe's. Bruh. He is Asian. They love the Kobe's. Interesting. How to become a 37-year-old broke loser. Bro, who is watching an hour-long video titled that? Holy shit, man. Yo, literally me for real, dude. I'm too ugly for a girlfriend. And too short, too. Sad but true. How I saved 50K to quit my 9 to 5? Why the fuck would you... What? What the fuck is wrong with these women, dude? What the fuck is wrong with these women? Yeah, I saved up $50,000 so I can quit my job. What the fuck? That's not even a lot of money. That's not even a lot of money. Oh my god, this shit drives me insane. I'm almost tempted. I guess we'll watch it real quick.
I worked in banking for 3 years, and last year I officially quit my 9 to 5 in order to start a business and do content full time. But that decision was not spontaneous. It was very intentional and very strategic. Over those 3 years, I built and executed a financial plan that allowed me to save enough money to walk away from my 9 to 5, even though I didn't have a high salary. Now you might be thinking, didn't you work in finance? Like, doesn't that generally pay well? Just to give some context, straight out of uni, I started working in Malaysia, and generally in corporate across the board for any job, we don't get paid as well as our Western counterparts. And so for me, I was earning the equivalent of like between 1,002 and 1,004 USD per month. The other thing is that when you're first starting out in your career, even if it isn't like a lucrative business like finance, you don't generally get paid well until you reach a certain managerial.
Oski with the 4. Appreciate it, man. And also with the 2. This makes sense. A chef would be nice to have. I agree. I would much rather like buy something like a Sprinter van or something and pay like a, you know, personal driver than have like a super expensive like hypercar. I think that'd be a better use of money. Have like a Sprinter van or like a Suburban or something and pay like a professional driver to just drive you around places instead of wasting like $400K on like a Lambo or something. I feel like that's a way better use of money.
Level. In this video, I'm going to share every part of that financial plan from all.
You're a chef and a driver. Will you hire me? Sure, if I get enough money.
The money saving hacks that actually worked for me. My exact.
But all I can say is you better cook, bro, or else you will be on the menu.
Payday routine, as well as all the side hustles that I built along the way. If you're dreaming of your own exit, I hope that this gives you some idea of what you can do as well. Before we get into it, if you're new here, hi, my name is Tika, and I quit my corporate job last year to pursue a life on my own terms. This channel is a space for anyone who's ready to break free from the societal mold in order to build the life of their dreams. Topics that I share about are things like mindset and personal growth, documenting my journey of quitting the 9 to 5 and forging my own path, as well as tips and insights on content creation and business. If you're ready to create a life that you love, then do subscribe. So I just wanted to preface by saying something important around mindset. When I was first looking to quit my job, I would go on YouTube and see all these other people who were also quitting their jobs, and it would always be someone from insert developed Western country with insert high paying job. And so I would see all these people who quit their banking jobs that were paying them like 100K a year, or the title would be like, I quit my management consulting job in London. And it would discourage me so much because I knew that I didn't fall under that category. It's kind of like when you're playing a game of Uno and you get dealt a really shitty pack of cards, but the thing is, you still have a fighting chance to win as long as you have a smart strategy and you play your cards right. And so the whole point of this video is to help you play it smart, even if you felt like you were dealt with bad cards. I hate overcomplicating things, so I'm gonna make this very simple. In a nutshell, there's really only 2 points of leverage if you want to have more money. Number 1 is to save more. Number 2 is to earn more. Simple as that. So the first half of the video, I'm going to talk about how I managed to save more money in order to quit my job. And then in the second half of the video, I'm going to talk about how I managed to generate more income through side hustles and beyond. I'll put a breakdown on the screen here for you, and timestamps below as always because I value your time. Feel free to skip to the parts that you think will be useful to you. So on the topic of saving money, the very first thing that...
Dude, the thing is once you have a job in finance, it's not even hard. Like, if you're making $300K in finance, that is not a stressful job. I don't know.
I started doing was tracking my expenses, because essentially what gets measured...
I mean, unless you're an idiot, it's almost impossible to lose money in finance.
Gets managed, and in order for you to improve your financial position in any way, you need to figure out where you currently stand. There are so many free apps that you can use out there to start doing this. For me, I personally use the One Money app, and I didn't even pay for the premium version. I just used...
Alright, I'm bored. I don't have any.
So I want to talk about something.
Friends. Is it right here?
Do it. I learned something that...
I think this is the part.
I learned something inadvertently that I didn't think I would learn. And I learned that these people that chose to come to this get together with me I learned that they were my real friends. I learned that they were my real friends.
Bruh, it's so fucking gay.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Oh my god.
I learned that they were my real friends.
I probably should record it because I don't have this on this computer. Alright, give me a second.
I learned that they were my real friends. I learned that they were my real friends.
Alright, I got it.
I'm sorry.
Bro, it is 100% cognitive fucking choice to make a video as a grown-ass man crying on camera. I'm sorry, it will always be fucking embarrassing. It is always gay. I don't care if your mother died, if your dog got run over by a fucking car, if your wife cheated on you. You are a grown fucking man. No one wants to see you cry. You can convey emotions without sobbing like a child. Hold on. What video was that? Let's see. What was it? It was like the 12... hold on. Oh, it's age restricted. Give me a second. Oh, is it going? No. Unfortunate. a second here. It just reminded me of this.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Sick of it.
On the second day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the third day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Bitch. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the fifth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the sixth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
I learned that they were my real friends.
There it is.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the seventh day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
You are such a fucking loser faggot.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the eighth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You are such a fucking loser faggot.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the ninth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Why am I toxic?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You are such a fucking loser faggot.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the 10th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't owe you anything.
Why am I toxic?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You are such a fucking loser faggot.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the 11th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Snort! You mean this?
Get the fuck out of here. I don't owe you anything.
Why am I toxic?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You are such a fucking loser faggot.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Take this shit no more, man.
Snort! You mean this?
Get the fuck out of here. I don't owe you anything.
Why am I toxic?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You are such a fucking loser faggot.
I learned that they were my real friends.
Get blacklisted, nigga. You're a worthless nobody.
Is this what we have to do?
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Look here! Look, listen! Sick of it.
I hate my life.
It was the one we were just watching. Hold on. Where was it?
So I want to talk about.
It was I'm 31 and have no friends, but this is the timestamp. Like 5 minutes.
I learned that they were my real friends.
God damn, bro. Have you no shame? Have you no shame? Oh my God, man. I don't know. I'm of the mindset that you don't air your fucking shit out on the internet like that. Like, come on, bro. Really? Ugh. We're like a family here. True. I hate that shit. Your coworkers are your friends. When I visit my therapist, oh yeah, dude, I go to my therapist all the time. Worse than porn. Oh my God, what's worse than porn? The gym? What the fuck? Alright, I guess that works. Yeah, will never go to a therapist. Dude, 90% of therapists are liberal. Like, that should already tell you everything you need to know, man. There's a 9 in 10 chance you're gonna get a psychotic fucking freak as your so-called help. You're not lazy, you're a victim of burnout society. That's why we need to have a communist revolution, right? I don't really feel like we live in a burnout society, honestly. Like, if you have a 9 to 5, you're not living burnout society. Like, I hate to break it to you. Having a 9 to 5 is pretty fucking normal. It gives you plenty of time to relax during the day after you're done working. And I don't know. I don't really feel like it's that crazy. Like, most people's office jobs, yeah, they're not glamorous, they're not fun, they're not interesting, but you're making good money for pretty easy shit. If you really boil it down, like, you know, most people just want to complain about their job, when in reality they actually have a pretty decent one. Modern life is supposed to date you. It's an Asian guy. Not interested. Getting a girlfriend is not an achievable goal. Yo, he literally gets me. So true, bro. I agree. It is unachievable. Can't do nothing with these hoes. I don't like 9 to 5s because I don't like having to follow a schedule. I'm a free thinker. And it's liberal... Wait, and a liberal soul. Yeah, I mean... I like the idea of a 9 to 5, but I wish I could adjust the hours. Like if I could do a 5 to what? 2. A 5 to 2 would be perfect for me. That's the thing I don't get is like if, especially in the case of working remote. Like, if you work remote, I don't understand why you need to be online for certain hours of the day. Like, as long as you get your work done, why does it matter if you're on at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m.? Like, I wouldn't give a shit if I was a manager. I'd be like, yeah, as long as you're doing your work, I don't really give a fuck. Sign in whenever you want. If you need something, give me a call. I don't care if you wake me up. I don't know, bro. I'm very, relaxed to the idea of just, you know, I don't really think it matters as long as you get your work done, you know. That's what's important. The quarter pounder. It's funny. Carmelo Anthony gets worst possible outcome. Oh boy. Did he get raped to death? I like remote because I can just chill with my dog. I mean, it's really nice for my schedule because, like, you know, I can go to the gym in the morning. I come back. I take my shower. Maybe fix something to eat. Then I just start working. And I don't have to commute, which is nice. Because commuting is a big waste of time where I live. So it would take me about 30 to 45 minutes to get into downtown DC from where I am on the metro. So, just because, like, you have to go park at the metro station and then hop on the train, get on another train. But yeah, I mean, it would be kind of nice in theory to get to meet your coworkers and such, but I don't really know if I care all that much about it, to be completely honest. I don't know if I really even care about meeting my coworkers. I'm not really a, in case you couldn't tell, a social person, so I'm definitely not a social butterfly, so I don't really get excited or really interested in meeting people. In fact, I don't really like it at all. There's a lot of women that work at my company. I have gone into the office a few times, and yeah, the typical boss babe skin is walking around everywhere. What are you, some kind of freak? Yeah. I just don't enjoy socializing. I don't know what to tell you. I don't find any joy in meeting new people or talking with people. I hate small talk. So... Bro. There's no... Dude, do you see it? Do you see it? Oh my god. Oh. No. Where did it go? Oh, fuck. I've never been someone's girlfriend. Gee, it looks like you ate someone's girlfriend. Holy fuck. Alright, we'll watch it real quick. Go back to 100%.
My yearning for romance has sometimes felt like a burden to me.
Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Gee, I wonder why.
I know, shocking coming from the self-proclaimed tough girl, but you guys will understand when I say that sometimes it just...
Oh, ew. Nasty. Foul.
sucks to want something so badly and constantly struggle with it just out of grasp. I spent so much of my teenage life...
Dude, this is Juan's type of chick.
Dreaming of promposals I never got, and a surprise rose from a secret admirer delivered straight to my homeroom on Valentine's Day. I grew up an observer, but I longed to find someone who really made me feel adored. I spent my early 20s learning and learning again that there are a lot of people who can only show up for you as deeply as they've shown up for themselves. Unfortunately, I'm the firstborn and the eldest daughter, so I was built to understand myself and my emotions.
Oh my god, ew.
From a really young age. I didn't understand what someone meant when they said they were still figuring out what they were looking for mid-date. Well, why are we here then? I didn't understand how someone could choose to go on regular weekly dates with me, sharing a bed whenever I was convinced to take the 6 train down to Astor Place, which was a lot back then, and then act confused that I had feelings for them. Why are you confused? We've been dating and fucking for 3 months. How am I the weird one?
Dude, fucking for 3 months. I could maybe... No, actually, no. I couldn't understand it even if they were fucking blackout drunk at a bar. Nope. It wouldn't even happen.
One for feeling something in response to that. I spent my early 20s searching for my great young romance, the one I didn't get in high school. Some people I dated were great, but not for me. Some were fine, but deeply non-committal, and some were emotional terrors looking for...
I've never been someone's girlfriend. He was fucking me for 3 months. Okay, yeah.
Women to fill the silence, taking up their alone time so they could avoid truly being with themselves. I've dated a lot of people, but I've never been somebody's girlfriend. And for a while, that really bothered me.
She's a slam pig.
Secretly, of course. I was carrying way too much shame about that to say it out loud. It felt too vulnerable to say, hey, there's this thing that I've dreamt of since I was a little girl, and I've been earnestly trying to find it, and that in itself feels really vulnerable. And for whatever reason, I just can't. I felt like the only explanation was that I was secretly unlovable. Like, this fear hidden deep within my chest had been right all along. I was too intense, I felt too much, and if only I...
I'm curious what the comments have to say about this. Oh my god, are they shilling for her? Dude, it's just nasty. Why are people supporting these freaks? Lose weight, get loved, simple. Well, she already has the nasty ass fucking sailor tattoos, so that's not... Yeah, colored hair and overweight. Don't complain, do better. bad character and hating without reason. Don't comment. Do better. Oh my god. Dude, I'm telling you, it's like a collection of just fucking pathetic individuals.
I was able to play it cool. Someone could grow to like me after I dedicate 11 months of my life hooking up with them and pretend
The only one growing is you.
I feel nothing.
Wider.
If I could convince them I don't care at all, then maybe, just maybe, they would like me back. But unfortunately, I couldn't convince anyone that I didn't care if my life fucking depended on it. Point being, I was deep inside my own shame about being single. And this was only a few short years ago.
Day 3 of adding an ice cube per follower until I have 8 igloo.
Okay, what the fuck am I doing?
I'm done, I promise. I can give you... attention now.
To give you a glimpse into my mental state, my therapist did ask me if I had ever looked into
Of course you have a therapist. You should get a dietitian.
my Saturn return this week, so... But it's okay, because I'm about to have a really good night. My friend August is coming over. We're going to watch Drag Race. It's going to be exactly what my heart needs right now. Also, can I just say my friend Mika made the cutest video documenting everything that she has crocheted over the last couple months, including these super cute coasters that she crocheted for me and then surprised me with, just sent them over in the mail. But her video left me feeling so...
Oh my god.
...inspired, because I recently came across this platform called Craftsy, which is like this vast planet fucking Earth.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean? Like, why am I going to...
Dude, this is like the definition of a slam pig. Oh my god. Even a Jamaican man might hesitate at that. Even a Jamaican man might hesitate when it comes to that one. Dear Lord, bro. Why have I never had a boyfriend? Maybe because you're covered in disgusting scribble tattoos. You weigh 300 fucking pounds. You have a fucking nose ring and dyed purple hair. Gee, I don't know why. Why have you never had a boyfriend? Why are you just the slam piggy? Sweet. Jeez. Brutal, dude. No kids. No legacy. No point. Is he gonna kill himself live on camera? Bro, this entire genre is just pitiful. Why looking poor is important? So you don't get jumped by a YN while you're walking through a major city's streets. That's why. I don't know. I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys. I just realized it's almost 7 o'clock, so I got to get going. Jeez. You know, at least the good thing about that disgusting creature we saw is you could easily outrun it. But, god damn, man. Absolutely foul. But, hopefully y'all have a great Thursday. Appreciate y'all hanging out. And I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.
Well, that's weird. Well, that's a good start. What the fuck? Well, I don't think that title is coming as any surprise. I think even before I touched this game, the critical consensus was, this is a mediocre mess, a Dead Space clone, but not really, combined with a lot of modern gaming sins that I often complain about. And on top of that, the combat just isn't good. So is it really any surprise that I think it's mediocre, and so do many other YouTubers and even the few honest gaming critics out there? So this is going to be another unfiltered thoughts type video because this game doesn't really deserve a properly structured review. I think pretty much everybody's going to forget about this thing in a week. So let's just begin with the combat, which is honestly the biggest problem with this game by far. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but it seems like casual gamers and a lot of Zoomers have forgotten that video games are meant to be played, so the gameplay is the most important part by far. And so when your combat has the depth of a fucking mobile game, then your game sucks, okay? So if you haven't seen any gameplay for this, basically, it's a melee-focused combat game. This is why I had a problem with all of the comparisons to Dead Space, because in reality, it doesn't play anything like Dead Space. Dead Space played like Resident Evil 4. It was highly inspired by Resident Evil 4. Glenn Schofield has literally said this in an interview before.
Some of my influences to make Dead Space from the game industry were definitely the Resident Evil series. And Resident Evil 4 had just come out. One of the things I would say to the team is we're going to make Resident Evil in space.
So on the one hand, I can kind of admire they tried to do something different with the combat, but it's so utterly brain dead. So first, let's get to the dodging. In most games, you would press a button to time a dodge, right? And either avoid the attack based on the hitboxes, or you would abuse and